Hello, everybody. Welcome, day 15. Getting started here early in the morning. We're going to be letting the stream warm up a bit, let people filter in, and we're going to get to work. We're going to be continuing down our path of our new save load system, which we mostly have done. There's a couple of tweaks we got to do, which we're going to work on, but we're also got to implement this new game feature, because right now the old way that we started a new game doesn't work anymore. We've switched away from that system. Load game has been implemented. We just need to get new game working now, because right now when I click new game, absolutely nothing happens. We have to implement some scenes to get new game working. Load game, though, load game is excellent, ready to roll, right? We actually have a saved game that we've been working through. Let me scroll out here for a second. We can load that sucker right on up, and we can see where our game's at, right? So we're able to load a saved game. Everything is good. So I like it. I like it a lot. But we're going to get new game in there. There's a bug fix I want to do, so I'm just going to hit stop. This actually still is not centered, so I'm just going to adjust this a little bit so that I can center it, everybody. And we're kind of manually centering this because we gave up on NGUI doing things the right way for us. Is this centered? Yeah, that's centered. We gave up on NGUI doing things correctly, and we're just manually moving it around. So please forgive me. So negative 25. I'm just looking at a couple things here. That's better. And at some point we will fix this properly. We'll figure out why NGUI tables and alignment and pivoting are all weird, and we'll get it working. Hey, what's up, Brad? How's it going, man? How's it going, everybody? Good morning. Happy Pun Day. Happy Pun Day. Make sure that's off. Okay, good. All right. Like I said on my tweet, everyone, we got to tweet the world. We are day 15, though. Okay, send it out. Okay, and we are tweeting. It's out there. It's for the world to see. Delicious. I love coffee. I love the coffee. Yes, I do. Let's save that. Make sure I get. Okay, good. Okay, good. Yeah, it's going to be a UI day. Hopefully not too much of a UI day. Hopefully not too much, but a little bit of a UI day. Hey, Blub. How's it going, man? How is it going? Jokes about German sausage are the worst. The worst. Screamer, that's the best way to kick off Pun Day. You just did it. You just won the Pun Day prize. I'm not sure what the Pun Day prize is, but sir, you got it. It is yours. So I'm just looking at this article here. Alright, close that. Close that. Yeah, Screamer, it's all yours, man. Take that prize and display it proudly. Display it wherever you go. Alright, where are we at time-wise? Alright, couple minutes. And we're going to jump into it. Just a couple minutes. Okay. Window open, window open. And this is good. That's correct. All right. All right. Okay. One of them days. It's one of them days. I'm going to close all of this down. We don't need to see any of that anymore. Just keeping things nice and tidy for us, right? Nice and tidy. Oh, did I finally fix... I got the inspector up now, right? Yeah, we got inspectors. And you can mostly see the inspector. Let's see, let me shrink this down a little bit. And that should be good. Hopefully you guys can see that. Can I lock this? Ooh, I'm gonna lock all of these. These are locked now. This little lock symbol is now locked. I'm not exactly sure what that locking of it means. But damn it, we are locking. And we're gonna stay locked. Sorry, I'm just messing around with a couple things. Okay. Okay. Where are we at? Where are we at? A minute. One more minute. Give me a little time to have another drink here. And off we go. It's locked, Screamer. You don't ever have to worry about it again. It is just locked. Whoa. 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 It's got to start early. Screamer, look. It is never too early to start. Especially on pun day, man. Especially on pun day. That's just silly talk. Okay, guys. Shall we dig in? Shall we dig it? I think we should do it. And I want to get started. So let's get started. First thing I actually want to do this morning, before I forget, I don't know what I just clicked on, but that's fine. We want to make a change to our schema for our save files. I'm missing a vital piece. And I want to make sure that we get it in there. Remember where we put this. We have our schema. I didn't put the schema there. That's right. It's in our assets, IDLs. So I need to modify our schema here. The reason that I need to modify for a hero, we are not saving off the abilities that a specific hero might have learned as they've leveled up through the ages. So that's bad, right? So if somebody purchases an ability at level 2 or whatever, we don't store that in the save file, so when we reload, they won't have that ability anymore. And that's no bueno. No bueno completely. This is actually easy for us to fix. And not only is it easy for us to fix, but I'm going to show you how us making this change will not affect our current saved game file. Because we have a saved game file out there that doesn't have these abilities in there. These abilities are just not there, right? They're missing. And now this is actually a really, really good example of, hey, version 1.1 of your game came out, we're adding, or version 1.5, whatever, big update. We're adding a bunch of new stuff, right? And a bunch of new stuff. And we're like, well, we need to adjust our save file. How do we do that without breaking old save files? Or how do we continue to load old save files? That's important. You never want to break a save file, otherwise you have very, very angry customers. To make that work, since we're using flat buffers supports forwards and backwards compatibility. We just have to make sure we set up our IDL or our schema correctly. Since this is new data, always append to the end of tables. Add new data to the end of tables. And that will guarantee that your old save files will be backwards compatible, and they will continue to load. Blah, blah, blah. And we actually have a version. We don't actually ever set this. So I think version 0 is the first one, and we're going to fix that as well. Because I also want to version our save file so that from a logic standpoint, we can grab the version, and if we have to do anything special, we'll have that. You remember Starbound and the save files back in early access? They had to wipe the save file. Yeah, see, Blub? See? Bad. Very bad. Very, very not cool, man. Very not cool. So we actually just need inabilities field, and this is just going to be a vector of string. Because remember, we can reload our abilities by strings. And that's all we need to add from the schema. We do need to go compile the schema now. And go here, go here. That will recompile our schema. Okay, good, it compiled. And just to show you that nothing is broken, I'm going to open up our game data. And if we go down to hero, there's now abilities and ability length. We have just compiled this. Save game system. Where is load? I'm gonna show you when we load a hero that we're actually able to load our current save file, even though it doesn't contain this new field. But now that our new system has that field, so if we play this, well, let's attach. Whenever I look at your code and hear explanations just compared to what I do, Kev, even though I do it in a different language, I just feel like I have no idea what I'm... What? Oh, come on, Kev. That's probably not true at all. That is not true at all. It's like, for instance, you probably never would have this problem where when you hover over the load game button, it thinks you're in the new game. And when you hover over the exit button, it thinks you're going to click on load game. This is because our colliders did not move when I moved my stack panel. FYI, guys. It looks like that's what happened. But we'll fix that in a moment. I just want to test this first. Okay, so we don't need you anymore. And when we load our game, so here we are, we're going to load a hero. And if you remember, a hero really isn't much. There is an abilities length now. From a property standpoint, but it's 0 because our save file doesn't have the abilities property in its table in serialized, so flat buffers will say there is no abilities. Oh, excuse me, guys, excuse me. Some girl said she saw me at the vegetarian club meeting, but I've never met herbivore. Oh, Screamer has come to play, guys. So, we're actually still able to load our save game file, even though we have adjusted our code, because remember, we compiled it. So now the system is looking for this abilities field, but it's not there, but it doesn't care, right? Flat buffer doesn't crash from that. And that's the beauty of flat buffers. It's beautiful. Let's go add the functionality for loading in abilities, if there are abilities. We can do that now. If I detach my debugger, of course. Let's stop debugging. Okay, so we'll go for less than abilities length. Grab the ability, get ability, abilities, and we pass in our index. Just as a sanity check, if string is not null or empty, we can now say base ability load. That's right, we actually never implemented that for abilities. I'm gonna go implement it right now. So we never added a helper to load an ability by name like we did for all the rest of our data types. It's okay, not a big deal. public static base ability load by name. So var abilities is equal to resources load all by a type. So go find all our base abilities in the resources wherever they happen to be. Find the one ability that matches our name. And if for some reason there's more than one of those, it really shouldn't happen, but that a designer, I guess, could fall into that trap. We're just going to grab the first ability, and we'll return ability. Now, if for some reason it's not able to find an ability by this name, that's okay, because this is going to return first or default. If it can't find anything, our new collection will be empty. So that means first will not pass, default will pass, and the default of a base ability, since it's a class, will be null. So we'll basically, if you can't find it, it's going to return null. Good morning, Rick. And I don't have any kind of menu, it just goes straight into the game. Nice, Kev. 80% of our development is like that, where we just go straight into the game because you don't need menus for a very long time, typically. All right, so we now have a way to load an ability by name. So we can pass in our ability, var ability, and then we'll do another sanity check. If we actually found an ability and it's not null for some reason, we want to say abilities. Do I have a way of... Do we have a getter and we have a setter? Let me see what I did for the setter here. So setter... I'm going to add a new... We're going to need this anyway because we haven't implemented our level up system yet where heroes can select new abilities based off points and all that fun stuff. So that's okay. Public void add ability. We'll add it now so we can use it later. Who uses this setter? Enemy data is what sets it. Yeah, that's why we made this a setter, so that enemy data could do that. Just want to make sure that's the only place. I believe so. Okay, good. So we'll add an ability to our abilities. Okay, so now we can say add ability of ability. And there we go. We can now reload our abilities from our save file for each hero. Hey, Faith, how's it going, man? Good morning. Good morning. We need to save out this. So before we execute here, let's just put a breakpoint. If I can remember what I'm doing with my keyboard. Let's just put a breakpoint. Let's attach our debugger again. Let's check this out. We should not hit any of that new code. And there's our load button. Let's load that. So we don't have any abilities, right? So it's going to skip through all of that. And our abilities, do we actually load? I want to check something. We do load our basic, okay, we load free abilities still, so that's good. So it's working, right? We don't have any abilities, it's not going to load anything, that's okay. Let's go fix that when we write out a hero. This needs to be a vector strings first, yes. So, okay, all that's good. We need to write out the ability list before we start our hero, because remember how flat buffers works, most inner to most outer. I need to go build the offset to the array of abilities so that I can say abilities, your offset into the file is here. That's essentially how flat buffers operates. Okay, so to do this, we've done this in the past. FBB create. Oh, we have actually a helper for this. Save system hero create the ability vector. This just wants a set of string offsets. Okay, so we'll get to you. So we're going to have a list of string offset of abilities. So we'll have a list of string offsets for abilities. I want to loop through all of the abilities. Ooh. Sorry, I'm thinking, is there a way for me to call that out? I think so. We'll check. So I want to do a for each var ability in hero.abilities. The reason I'm pausing here is if you remember on our getter for abilities, it's not just the abilities that our hero knows, but it's also all the abilities that any equipment might attach to our hero, right? Because you can equip a sword and it might now give you a new ability that you can use. We got to be careful with that. We don't want to serialize abilities like that. What I want to remember is we have, I thought I added a flag, or was that the isRanged flag? Well, what I was going to use this based off of, oh, there's a can learn. That's the flag I'm looking for. So if can learn and ability learn cost is greater than 0. So essentially, this is an ability that's learnable. It means it's not from an item given to us. It's not from any other means, right? It's just an ability that a hero could have learned through leveling. And it has a learn cost that's not 0, because 0 learn cost are free abilities that you get at level 1. That's how we give you your basic abilities. So if it can learn and abilities learn cost greater than 0, this is when we want to serialize the ability based off a name. So we'll say var offset is equal to fbb create a string of ability.name, and then abilities, add this offset to our list. Okay, so this will build up our list of abilities that we should be serialized into our save file. We need to reverse this because that's just how flat buffers works. It'll go in reverse order, so I just want to make sure the abilities get reversed so that when we reload it from the save file, it will put things back in the same order that we saved them. That's all. You just got to make sure you reverse it. And now let's create the vector var ability vec is equal to our save system hero dot create an abilities vector of fbb and our abilities to array. Wants it as an array. So this will now give us a vector offset. So it's an offset into the save file of a vector of strings. That's all that really is. And then we'll come down here, save system hero, add abilities, and it wants this vector offset. And we got to make sure we're doing things in the right order. Since this is a new addition, make sure we add it to the end of our new hero so that when we load back up, the last thing we do is try and load abilities. So if we save that now, we'll be good. Rick, dinner last night for egg rolls, so that's your fried rice. Egg roll streamer inspired me. Nice, Rick, nice. Lightning Angie, light, hold on, light, I want to say it's like light TNT Angie, but it's lightning Angie. Lightning Tangy? Light and Tangy. It's light and tangy. I got it. I see it. I see it. What's up, Light and Tangy? This is good motivation to learn game development. Damn right it is, man. Motivates me to learn it all the time. All right, so we're saving our abilities. Let's put a breakpoint here and make sure that works. Let's attach our Unity debugger. And we'll also keep our breakpoint here so that if we reload, we'll see what's going on. All right, so let's stop. Let's restart. Light and Tangy was off a chip packet. All right, buddy. All right. Let's find our load button here. We got to go fix that. I'm going to load this. And again, we're not going to have any abilities. It's fine. I just want to get into the game so that we can see what's going on. We have to beat this encounter, and at the end of the encounter, we basically will save back to our save file. So that's just what I want to do real quick. Goblin Girls rule the world. By the way, I'm a big supporter of the Goblin Girls, guys. If you haven't figured that out by now, big supporter of the Goblin Ladies. Okay, so we're about to save our hero back, and if you look, our hero has abilities. This actually has 2 abilities. It has a basic attack, and it has a sleep. But this sleep ability is inferred because we have a weapon attached that gives you the sleep ability. It does not have a learn cost, and I want to check is learnable. Can learn is false, so that's good. So we're going to go through here, go through our abilities. So ability first is our basic attack. Can learn is true, but it has a learn cost of 0, so we're going to skip it. Next one, can learn is false, also has a learn cost of 0, doesn't matter. So we're actually going to skip it. So in this case, there are no abilities, so we're going to reverse it, but who cares? Nothing there. We'll still create a vector for that. And we will still write this vector out to disk. There are different ways we could optimize this if we really wanted to save disk space. We don't actually have to write this add abilities since it's 0. Since there are no abilities, I could skip doing this, and I could skip doing this, right? We don't have to write an empty vector to disk. We don't have to write an offset into the stream here. It will just say if there is nothing written, assume that it's empty. So we could optimize that. I don't care that much about saving what probably amounts to a few bytes of data in the save file. If we were doing this over and over again in a save file, say we're trying to serialize 10,000 entities into a save file, that's when every little saving matters. In this case, you know, we have like up to 6 heroes that we have to save, so it's not a big deal. Did I do the animations? No, Light and Tangy, I am not an artist. You have the sleep ability, Screamer. Is that the only ability you have? Is that it? But more importantly is we now have a new save file. We're going to write the other hero who has the same exact setup. Yep. And we're on to the next encounter. So if we stop this, though, and play this, and we load our game, we'll load this new save file. We'll load the new save file. And we'll still have an abilities linked to 0, right? Because we didn't write any data. Even though we wrote an offset of a string vector for the abilities, that offset points to a vector that has no entries. So we're still going to have 0 in here. So everything is still working as expected. Okay, let's go fix our UI now. Because it's bugging me. It's debugging me. I want to see what's going on. So our button colliders got messed up, right? If you notice here, I'm hovering over load game, but new game is what's highlighted. Hovering over exit, not good. So there's our collider for new game. FYI, did I not map? Let me auto adjust our collider here. And why does it think new game is down here when it's actually up here? This is NGUI doing stupid things again to us. We had a similar problem with this. Yeah, let me fix these up. I'm gonna restart. I'm actually gonna restart Unity. I'm curious if it persists between Unity instances or if it was just some bad running instance. You also know sign language. It's tough to learn, but it sure is handy. Wah, wah, wah. Using YouTube, the documentation random other places. Nice, Light and Tangy. That's pretty much how everyone learns Unity. I'm going to go on a limb. Making a Brick Breaker game? That's fun. Brick Breakers can be fun. So, there's all of our... As you can see, nothing is correct, right? We are... I don't even know how it's drawing the button up here. Why is the image getting put up here? Because here's new game. Here's new game, which is down here. New game is actually centered. I wonder if I move. All right, let's mess around with a couple things. Let's take our stack panel, and if we move it here, and then we hit play. just for a second, hit stop, because that will redraw some things. Is it still... It's still messed up. I was curious if it was centering or drawing within the parent panel. But it's not. So here's new game. Here is new game. That's our UI button. Has a widget. Where is... There's our UI sprite. So our UI sprite, I wonder if UI sprite, no, a button does actually not have a widget attached to it. So it's all driven by the UI sprite, but then it's also driven by the transform here, because this just gives a size, not positioning. Positioning comes from here, and apparently did not respect the box collider setting I gave it. And there's our stack panel, which thinks everything is way, way out of whack, everybody. But I don't know how to fix this. I mean, obviously, because here's what's interesting. I could take this, and I could drag it. I could drag it around, but you see how... do you see how the new game sprite is drawing way out of scope here? See, take you away. It's making no sense to me. And I don't even know what property would cause this to go crazy. What I think I might try and do is create an empty object. Let's move the object here. Let's call this new game. So I'm just going to have a blank object. I want to move our sprite inside. So make sure I don't have any... I have my new game script. That's okay. That's just our button click. Let's see. And we'll call this button. And then in the button has a label. Let's turn the label back on. So here, now I can readjust this transform. And we can let the stack panel adjust the transform of this. I'm trying this out. I don't know if this is going to adjust anything or whatnot, but who knows? Nope, doesn't do anything. So it's interesting. Let's see. Can we dig it? If we adjust. Okay. So confused right now, because it almost thinks I don't know how to fix this. I don't know if this is even how it's fixable or why it's doing it. Is it time for us to just go debug in GUI's table? Because what really, I think this is the stack panel. If we turn off the UI table, all right, let's take a look at a couple things. Let's turn off the UI table, and we can see that the button is still out of whack. I can always re-add the UI sprite. You know what? Let's do that. Let's remove the UI sprite. Let's add the sprite back. This doesn't hurt us really at all. What button we're using? Okay. So set our button. Obviously the size is crazy, which that's fine. We will adjust. We know what size it should be. But you notice how it's still drawing high? It's still drawing where it should not be drawing. No bueno. What if we remove the UI button? I'm just removing components at random now. And let's remove the box collider. And let's remove the UI sprite. All right, we have removed everything, right? And turn label off for now. Okay, so there's our new button. There's this button. Let's readjust your transform. Let's redo this. Let's add a sprite. Let's add an atlas. Select the sprite. We're in investigation mode, everybody. Okay. Wow. It's still, that is just, something has a padding of 5. You think so? I don't know if it's, well, I mean, there's some weird padding going on. I agree with you on that. But I don't know what it could be. There's absolutely nothing here that should be giving some type of weird padding. What's up, Andrew? What's up? We're just trying to solve a little NGUI bug right now. A little NGUI drawing bug. I'm actually even going to delete the label here. So all we have is a sprite. We could, let's take a look at, it's not showing me the anchors. I wonder if I anchor, hold on, so none. What if we add an anchor, which is usually not a good idea, but let's anchor to new game, which isn't going to do anything, and then so that anchor will move us. That's not what I want to do. Yeah, so strange. Everybody, so strange. I think I just have to go look at the code for UI Sprite and see how it figures out where it should draw, which goes to basic sprite. Go to definition, please. Okay, basic sprite, which is a UI widget. Let's see what this does for drawing. Is there an on update? Somewhere it has to figure out where to draw, right? Reduce garbage, yeah, that's fine. Draw UVs, drawing color, fill, the drawing buffer. We are doing a simple fill. There's our verts. There's the UVs. Where does it get these verts from? These come from, who calls fill? So 2D sprite, UI sprite, which is what we are trying to do. So virtual function called by the UI panel that fills the buffers. So this passes in. So it comes from a UI widget, which we are a child of. Update geometry. So we're going to fill the geometry if we have vertices. Want to see what's being filled? Okay. Moving. Let's uncomment a couple of these and see what we get. What's this right to? Okay, yeah. Okie dokie. Let's see what's going on. I'm just curious. So we are filling a button, right? We fill exit, fill label. Button is this. That's exit, and we fill a label. Fill load game, which is fine. There's 2 labels under here. So we're filling the button. So there is happening, right? So there is a fill for the button. Move doesn't happen. Let's undo that. Let's get rid of these. Okay, so we are dropping into here. So local to panel. Where do we get the panel from? So panel is coming from, where do we get panel? Panel's coming from somewhere. Maybe, so world to local, right, our cat transform. So this is probably what's messing us up. Where do we set el panel? Let's find out. Panel equals null, so that's removed from a panel. Null, so create panel, it will try and find a panel. We might put a breakpoint there. Update visibility, no. That looks like the only place where we ever set a panel. So let's put a breakpoint here. Let's see what panel. Maybe we're getting this panel up here, because we actually do have a panel. Don't want to do that. Debug, attach to Unity, thank you. We do have a panel, which is, that's our table, but here's our panel. I mean, right, there is a, sorry, that's not our panel. Our panel is here. We do have a panel, right? So maybe there's an odd transformation happening at the panel level or something. Didn't you set a padding yesterday on your stack panel? I did, no recall, we did, but I have the table turned off, right? And it's only 5, it's not, which does not account for, I mean, we could turn that off, but this is disabled. This script isn't running right now. But we do. This is not 5 though, this is greater than 5. Okay, let's hit stop. Let's hit play. Oh, what's up, Shoutsid, man? What's going on? And we should instantly get into these create panels now, right? So we're in a widget. M started is not false. So let's put a breakpoint here. And panel is null. Enabled is true. If we get active on the game object. So I don't want a breakpoint there. I want a breakpoint in here. So we are starting. We don't have a panel, we're enabled. We have a cache transform, okay. So we're gonna find on layer 5, we will definitely find our UI panel, because I believe this is our root panel. Just looking at some data in here. It has like some weird transforms on it. Or something. Parent found, add widgets. Okay, so this is gonna get called a bunch. You know what I want to do? Go back to fill, on fill, not on fill. When you're in UI widgets. Let me find this again. We had this, right? Mark this change. Update geometry. I want to take away this as a debugging step, just as a quick debug step. Detach. Comment that out. Let's just use our cached local to world matrix. Let's not apply our world to local transform of the panel. Let's just use, let's take that away basically. Let's take that away. Oh, as soon as I do that, nothing draws, right? Because that, okay. So, there's our button. We still have our button down here, which is way off. Looking for transforms. That should have a transform. Let me check in game. Yeah, so that was not a good thing to take away. Not a good thing to take away. I'm gonna Google this. NGUI sprite drawing above control. Okay. That's not drawing order. Sprite drawing. I don't know how to search this without coming back with just draw order results. Okay. In GUI control drawing outside. Let's see what this does. I don't care about draw order. Damn you. like makes no sense. Why am I still in UI for 2 weeks now? We haven't been in the UI for 2 weeks. But we have been in the UI for a little while because we're learning a new UI system, Hugo. This is what happens. And sometimes those UI systems have strange workings, same strange workings going on, which make no sense. What was that draw positioning? Yes, Sid, I don't know what the draw positioning is. I don't know what the positioning is. Moved, we're not getting into here, we're getting through here. This is where we apply our transform. That's fine for normals. It's this matrix, which is off, but I don't know what is causing said matrix to be off. What if we apply, let me try another option here. Let's just use our world to local abort panel. This recompile. I'm assuming that's going to break everything as well, right? As it should, yeah. When I think about that, not a good idea. Okay, so what if we take this button and we move it out of the panel? Let's see what happens if we move the button out. Of course, it's still going to draw offset, right? All right, let's add a new. What if we create a new button, add a new sprite, and give it an atlas, give it an image, resize. So far, this is good, by the way. Oh, now it's off. At first it wasn't off, right? Now you see how it's rendering off? Let's do that again. Let's delete that. Let's add a new object. Add a sprite. Let's add an atlas. So when we first add the sprite, it draws correctly, right? No, it doesn't. It's off. It's already off. Trying to draw a gullible at object. What's that, Shout Sid? What are you trying to give me a link to here? We're not. This is not a GUI label, though, buddy. It's not a GUI label. But thanks for trying to help us. Unfortunately, this is something in GUI. Not within the native GUI system. What is... Yeah, this is like an odd transform going on that is messing with us, right? Because it's not just a positioning aspect based off of the size, and it's only across the height is width. Width is not really affected. I mean, it's affected as well, I guess, to a different degree. So what is doing that? What if we adjust our camera just as a test here? Oh my God, adjusting the camera did it. So when I went into my camera and I adjusted our camera size, wow. So 1, 5 will recenter everything. Look at that. Now it's fine. Now it's okay. Now it's A-okay. This is because the image, I think, has some transparent pixels here. This has nothing to do with the sizing. So I got to keep the camera at a size of 5, 0.1. If we go here, it offsets it. So it's to do with the camera size. And even 1 messes us up. 2, 3, 4. All right, 5 was the default. We're gonna keep the same default size. We'll readjust everything. Oh God, that is so crazy. That is so insanely nuts. Let's delete you, because I bet you now this is gonna be centered, right? Look at that. The button is perfect. Label is perfect. If we auto adjust here, that will be perfect. However, when it comes to the camera, we are very, very tiny. So we just have to adjust all our sizes from the panel. Excuse me. And that's okay. I'll do that. I have given up on trying to use normal sizing. Well, let's see. There's another thing we can adjust from a size standpoint. Not the clip plane UI roots. 300 by... Sorry, I'm just playing with something here to see if I can, and then we could fix that. Yeah, I don't want to do, oh, this is minimum, right? Min height to max height. So 300 by 1,000. Ooh, that'll adjust. Oh, that's how we get that to adjust. That's how we get that to adjust, huh? Okay. Give me a moment here, guys. I finally figured out how to get the scale, because I can never figure out how to adjust said scale here. Because I don't know if this ever matters. That's 0.1. 15, so, sorry, 20 is 0.1. That's weird that that's 0.2, mind you, when we set the same. This setting makes Ingwe's virtual pixel match screen. This means that Euro will look smaller on high resolution devices, bigger on lower, but it will always be as crisp. No, I don't want to. Sorry. Why am I wearing a hat? Why would I not be wearing a hat? One, it's a little cold out, but I always wear a hat. I mean, otherwise you wouldn't know who I was. You're watching Bing. Yeah, it's my sponsor, guys. This is my sponsor. So if we do the same, interesting that if so the scale seems to be attached to maximum height no matter what we do, right? So that's 2. So maximum height will give us a scale of 1. No matter what we do here, min height apparently doesn't matter at all. Oh, we can do a constrained. Whenever you create within the content frame, will always be visible regardless of the screen's aspect or the thing you're choosing to fit desktop background style. So that is interesting. What happens if I adjust the panel now? Does it have to go crazy? Where's the camera? Yeah, so this is okay. I'm sorry, this was what, 1280? Let's cut this in half. So 640 by 360. There's our camera. Even though it says whatever, but we'll test this. Yeah, we'll test that. So there's our panel. Size in. Okay, so that means that is our panel for the whole screen. And we should, I don't care about aspect ratio right now. And that's pretty close. Okay, so we take our stack panel now and keep this centered and adjust the size. Okay. And this is set to, I thought we had an anchor here. Let's turn this widget back on. I started turning everything off, didn't I? Let's start turning things back on now. This stack panel should have an anchor, but we could just anchor to target center. Target center. I just want to anchor this to the center. So that if it adjusts, it will keep it centered. Is a complex tool you're doing. I know, man. Andrew, I know. I know. Unity is, the problem is it's too hard of work. But that's okay. We can adjust these sizes. Now, let's do the load button first. Because this is, we didn't mess with this too badly. The label will have to adjust as well. So 635 by 637. Oh, we can now do a couple things here because we were using weird. I think I can get rid of our stupid scale problems as well for text, everybody, and use normal font sizes. Let's see. Hopefully, that still looks a little weird. Aspect ratio, let's not do that. So I'm just going to zoom in for a moment so you can see what the heck I'm doing here. Why is this doing that? Even though the size now looks a little better, font size isn't scaling up. And obviously that is kind of weird. I don't know why there's a little hitch down there. What was our size here? We were 635 by 67. Let's just do the same. 635 by free by 37. Oh, that's weird. That got way too large. Oh, that's good. Let's see. Go back to 1. Sorry. So 635, right, by 37. And our font size does not work at that. That's as large as it will basically go. So I almost have to scale up size this way. And okay, that's fine. So this was, let's see where, I don't want to copy over 635, 67. Get the same size on here. This is now 858 by 100. And then the label size went is a different route. And then this is normal, right? Yep. Give me a second. Let me just see what this looks like. Okay. We'll fix these fonts in the future, guys. But I think we're finally getting closer to why all of our positioning weird stuff has been happening in GUI. I guess it was that camera sizing. So I'm going to delete this button. I'm going to take the load button, copy it, and we'll rename this the new. We'll just adjust the script. So this is now new game. And then in the label here is new game. And if we play real quick. So there's our buttons, right? And okay. New game, load game, exit. That's fine. What I want to do is get them within our stack panel now. Correctly. So if we center, no, we don't want to center, right? Keep it top left. So that's actually doing what I guess it's supposed to do. If you think about it, the pivot is in the top left, and it's actually in the top left now. We've always had problems with that before. So if we cell align center in center, I don't know what center does. Let's see, what does top right do? Whoa, why is it going out here when I say top right? That makes a lot of sense. Bottom left. I don't even know where it's going now. You gotta love NGUI and the weird pivots. What is it pivoting around? What is it pivoting around, right? That's the real question. Is it pivoting around here? Because we keep this centered, and this label is centered. If we pivot left and pivot up, and do the same thing, left and up, but the image isn't pivoting, is it? The only thing that pivoted was insanity. So we keep that centered. What is this stack panel pivoting around? I might have to just Google that. So if we go back to top left, right, it basically centers it up here, because that, for some reason, that's our label control. If I turn off our label control and we just have the new game control, if I play this, I'm assuming this one's gonna lurk to the left, yeah. So if you look here, right, this is upper left. That's where it pivots to. It's the weirdest pivot I've ever seen, guys. FYI. Sorry, let me make sure I have the screen up. Okay, this is the strangest pivot in the world. And padding is not affecting it. Oh, we have an anchor. I wonder, no, it's definitely not from this anchor, right? And we're keeping ourselves centered. That's what I think of that. That's what I think of that. So, yeah, okay. Turn our label back on. That means our width doesn't need to be this long. That's better. I'm going to use that. I'll fix these. Okay. Okay, so it is pivoting to top left. It would be good if I could offset this somehow, right? That would be nice. And what does cell alignment do? I don't even know what cell alignment does. We'll keep it top. I mean, is it aligning within the cell? So if I had multiple columns, right? Because I can add multiple columns, and we'll get it this way. And obviously, it still starts there. Go back to 1. I don't know if there's a way. I'm going to Google it. NGUI table draw center. So if the okay. If there says something here, I'll pull it up on screen. You can add note that each child's pivot point matters. If the table's children all have center-based pivots, which ours do, they will appear to be centered within the table. If they have a top left pivot, they will appear to be based in top left corners of the table cells and so on. So that's within the cell. But you can also execute it at a time. Simply right-click it and choose the execute option. Thank you for that. So that actually did not, I mean, okay, that tells me one thing. But sure, that because here's the cells, right? But where does it start drawing? Where does it start drawing? Because it's not starting drawing up here. It's starting the draw in the center. I wish there was a debug option to turn on the cell size or the cells of the table. So if we turn label off just to keep this simple and we adjust that, right? So now we're in the upper left-hand corner. Let's play this real quick, see what happens. Absolutely nothing changed. So it's a respecting the pivot to some degree, just not in the way that I expect, is what's up. I wonder if we pivot, ooh, oh. So the UI widgets pivot for the table gives us something here, and that's what center is doing. Okay, so if we say U upper left, and then if we pivot center, wow, this is so bottom right. Why does bottom right go there? Hold on, top left. Hold on, check this out. Bottom right goes over there. Top, bottom. And then if we drag this, oh, well, we're getting some craziness happening. Sorry, guys. I'm going to undo all that top left, right? So that's one thing. So if we go top left pivot, this will respect the basic pivot. I wonder if I do it this way. So we keep our stack panel. Let's reduce the size of the stack panel to only encompass the width we care about. Right? So that's the width that we care about. What if we do this a different way? Think about this completely differently. And then we give it more height in case we add new items in the future. And then we take the stack panel. Let's not do that. Let's add an anchor. And then this anchor I want to center this. And then we can do relative offsets, but let's give it the right container of the panel. And let's take this, so upper, I'm just curious what this is going to do. Whoa, why did my panel go, oh, I didn't want to do the panel, sorry, stack panel. Centered, right, and centered. And if we draw this, I think we're going to finally get this centered. No, we were close. I was so close, guys. So what just happened now? Why is this still not, what the frack? I'm gonna cry. Top, I like how top draws it to the bottom here. Bottom, I like how it goes way up here, right? All of this makes the most amount of sense I've seen in my entire life. Absolutely most amount of sense. Yeah. It's so good, guys. It makes all of the sense. If we do a relative offset, let's see. Should I just do a relative offset from here? Because this is centering the pivot, which I get. I think for the scaling increase stuff in regular unit. Yeah, Fubark, I do too. FYI. I agree with you. Because this makes no sense is why I prefer Unities, because at least Unities has some sense to it, and it plays by the rules. But this almost plays by zero rules. Like this pivot, I don't know what the pivot is. I don't know what this pivot's actually doing. Bottom pivot, everything goes to the top. So like, I don't know. That's fine. We'll do a relative offset of 0.1, oops, sorry, negative 0.1, 511. What am I trying to get to here? Our center line. Looking for the center. There's our center, right? So it's this line here. Okay. And now this line is our center line, which is where load game should pop. Oops, 0.1, too much, still too much. I think that's it. Turn this label back on. Okay, there we go. Oh my God. And there we go. Why everyone program Unity in C#? Is that because C# is the only language Unity supports? NVIDIA developer, no, it's not the only language. It also has JavaScript. But most people, unless you're doing unless you're developing pure like web games in Unity, most people don't use JavaScript. Yeah, almost no one uses JavaScript. They just do C#, and you can still publish to a web game, right? Because C# you can publish to all of the mobile platforms. It'll cross-compile everything. So that's why. Okay, guys. We're centered. We're good. I don't want to touch it ever again. Do we have our anchors? Let me actually make sure these buttons still work. Oh, I got to fix the new game button. We just have to drop our script on here. Let me go find it. New game. Oh, it has the load game script, right? Because it was a copy. Delete you. Okay. Let's make sure our colliders are back. Colliders are back. Colliders are back. Are they off? They seem like they're off a little bit, which we can go fix. Hopefully. That is our box collider. Good enough. Is X? Oh, exits box colliders because we're not auto adjusting. And that was our problem. Okay, save that. Whew. And now everything's good. New game, load game. Don't ever want to touch this in my life again. But I'm sure we will at some point, and we'll just get better and better at NGUI. There's also weird dialect. Yeah, it's with null is true when it has been destroyed. I know, right, Fubark? I don't like the null coalesce operator for Unity. Because basically, a game object will say it's null when the object itself is actually not null. But it's been destroyed, so it's not an object you should be using anymore. It's like, it's a thing. And it's actually bitten us. So I don't use it ever. I actually don't use it at all. Because I don't like it. Oh, man. I'm out of coffee. All right, so we need to start working on our new game screen now, guys. Let me make sure we still commit here. Fixing the landing GUI. Get that all fixed up. All right, so time for a whole new scene. I'm scared. I'm actually scared to implement a whole new scene, guys. I'm scared to implement a new NGUI scene, but I guess we'll do it. File, new scene. No, let's add a new scene. We're going to save this scene as new game. Okay, so we have to set this up ourselves manually. It's not that big of a deal. Root UI. Add a component of root. All right, and then our main camera, add a component of UI camera. UI, which is called the NGUI event system, by the way. We have to put this in the UI layer. Collapse all of this. Okay, this is good. I wonder if I can finally use a 2D UI now. And then in the root UI, so I think I'm going to keep all the basics. I'm not going to touch anything that I don't have to. There's something missing here. Oh yeah, so size of 5, which is good. Our clip plane is near 10 to negative 10. That's the adjustment I needed to make. Make sure everything, this is orthogonal, yeah, okay. Did I do that wrong? That's what I wanted to do, sorry. Okay, so question is, will this work? First thing we do, just to make sure I did everything correctly, is we'll add a sprite and make sure we can see this stupid sprite. Because that is our test. This is our litmus test of things, because obviously I can't see this sprite, right? And it's not in camera view. I didn't set this camera up correctly. I think I needed to add a new camera and add the ngui event system to it. So that's our main camera. Okay, select on the first camera. It's in the right layer. Oh no, debug does. All right. Oh, this also needs to be a panel. We're missing the panel. Yeah. No clipping. Sorting layer based off UI. So there we go. Now we can see our button, right? And if we look at our I don't know why camera's not showing. Well, we see this, but it's not in camera view. Let me scroll way out, because I bet you that our camera is ginormous right now. Yeah, so there's our camera, sorry. I think can I delete this now? I just wanted to see if that would change anything. And put this in the right layer, which should be the UI layer. Nope, all right, so fine. Add a camera back. Add our ngui event system. Okay. So our game object is very, very small, right? If we scroll in on that camera, scroll out, scroll out, scroll out, scroll out, all the way out. Where are you at? Where's it at? What happened? What did I just break? I just broke something, everybody. I broke it. So UI camera, this camera, okay. Size, is it the camera having... I might just restart this, because I don't know what happened. And we've run into this problem before. I mean, because there's our camera, right? There's our camera, but I can't find the bounds of the camera. Are you doing just first stage? Kibo, no, we are not doing our first stage. We are basically adding some transition scenes into our core game. Whenever I start working on a new game, the first thing I do is not go mess with like the UI. I usually just jump right into game functionality, and we hard code like, you know, starting up a new game. Now we're working on fixing that. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna start all over. So I'm gonna say new scene. Sure, you can save it. We're just gonna overwrite it. Save as. I messed it up, and that's what happens to us. So let's do this again. Create an empty game object of our root UI layer. This needs to be a root object and a panel. And then in the main camera, add a UI ngui event system. And then add a camera to here, which is also an ngui event system. Put this on the UI layer. Okay, and then we can now add an empty object, add a sprite for testing purposes, just to make sure sizing is correct. Okay, so there's our camera, and if we zoom way, way in, because we were zoomed way, way out, right, we can see that. So why is this not in camera view? Why is this not in camera view? There's our camera, right? Sorry, I was just looking to see if this was a Z problem. There's a much bigger camera. I think it's just because this is very, very small. I'm curious if we scale this way up. And go back to 2D. So there's our object, and it thinks it's... Is this just a clipping plane problem? Here, let me fix my clip planes again. -10 to 10, there we go. It was just a clip plane problem, right? So there's our camera preview. I don't know why we're not seeing it down here, because we should definitely see it down here. Because this camera is not seeing anything. And I don't know why, and I don't know why I can't adjust the clipping plane correctly. Oh, is this the, because it's perspective, sorry. I just noticed it. There we go, guys. I just noticed I was in the wrong perspective. Yeah, I'm sure everyone in chat was like, this is the fix. This is the fix. Can I answer a question about coding? I can, sir. I can attempt to. What is your question, my friend? All right, so let's adjust this back to normal sizes, which is okay, right? Okay, I can live with this. I can definitely live with this. Save this before I break it again. All right. So there's our camera. We're in the right layer. Everything is good. All right, so new game. What do we need to show in new game? Or what am I going to show in new game? Because this is going to be some scripting that we're going to have to do. I want to show the cast of heroes that you could choose from at the start. And I think we're going to let you start with 2. You can basically, we'll have a selection, pick the 2 you want to start your party with. You can find more heroes to join your party in the future through the game. But the game will start essentially with you picking 2 of whatever our starting cast is. How to make an interacting object that shows a picture. That's not really a coding question, Kovor. What game engine are you using? Basically, you want an object that you can click on that renders an image. Well, that depends on the engine, sir. Okay, so... camera here. Just want to check a couple things. Just make sure I'm not seeing anything crazy. Okay. Okay, so there's our UI, right? 555, 666. There's our scale. So how do I want to make this work then? Well, I want to set up an area where we can draw, well, not let's say draw, where we're going to position all of our heroes. But do I want to explicitly do that, or do we want to dynamically do that? I need to remove audio listener from here. Otherwise, it's going to complain forever. Because this has our audio listener, and that's what we care about. In fact, I'm just going to delete you. Unity 2D when a character is near it. What do you mean when a character is near it? So you want something that when a object gets near another object, that other object displays something visually, and they want to how do you want them to interact with it? You want to click it with the mouse? Do you want to use a keyboard shortcut? I mean, interaction can be done in a lot of ways, right? All right, so, and then obviously we need to give a name. Well, we don't need a name for the game. I think this is what I'm going to do. I'm laying this out in my head right now, and I'm ready to go. I'm not really ready to go, but we'll make it work. UI widgets and GUI widget. I want to anchor this. I want to anchor. I don't have a. This should have just found its parent, but I guess it didn't. So we'll add left in top. And we want to anchor to the target's left and the target's top. Just keep that kind of aligned for us. Let's give this a size. That's weird. So it's anchoring to the left. So when I resize it, do I want to anchor to the center? And then if I size it, all right, that making no sense to me right now. I can do a custom. Oh, yeah, interesting. All right, so I'm actually going to turn this off then, because that didn't help me one bit. FYI, guys. What was the size of this thing? It showed me at one point. Maybe under play, it'll tell me what the size is. Somehow I got to a point where it was telling me what the size of this canvas was, or this panel was. But not anymore. Oh, maybe because I got to do left, and the right has to be to the right. Target bottom, targets top. Maybe that's what I needed to do to make this do it. Just make it do it. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Sorry, I want to not take up the whole thing. We'll fix it in a moment. But from the X side of things, and plus 0, 0, 0, 0. All right, so there we go. So that gives us the full. Let's anchor not to the bottom. Let's anchor to the bottom and to the bottom, maybe? I don't want to anchor anything to the bottom. How do I just turn that off? Set to current position. There we go. That's what I was looking for. I want to put a little space here up at the top so we can put like the name of the hero, description of the hero, and then basically let you choose. All right, so Corvo, what you want to do, as Massey's telling you, for your interactable object, you need to add a collider to it, and then make the collider probably bigger than the object. So if the object is this big, right? If the object's this big, say the size of my fist, and you want a hero that can walk up to the side of it, make sure you have your collider bigger than the object to give it some room to interact around it. Don't make it a physical collider. You want to make it a trigger, right? You want it to be a collider that's just a trigger, and then you can use on-enter and on-exit methods to know if a hero is within range in on-enter of that object, and on exit means they're not in range, right? So on enter, you could set a flag that says this hero can interact with that object, and on exit, you unset that flag. And that way in your keyboard shortcuts, when you hit F or E or whatever the interactive key is, you can just check, is flag set? If it is, what object are they interacting with? And then do what you want to do, right? Execute your interaction implementation against that object. That's what I would do. Obviously, there's many ways to skin that fish. Okay, sorry guys, we have a widget. I'm gonna use this area basically to show like an in-game view of heroes, and then let you select said heroes. And I'll show you how we do that. I will show you how we do that. Yes, sirree. Okay. We got to get a little bit more in here. Let's call this a panel. That's basically what it is. Let's add a new object for a background image. Add components, add a sprite. We've been using these terrible, I mean, they're actually not terrible, they're fine. They're terrible because we haven't 9-sliced them yet, so they look all bad when we stretch them. But, can I just use, hold on. I want to anchor this. I'm going to do what we did before, not advanced. I want to do a unified anchor to our panel. And then say 0, 0, 0, 0, and then targets left, targets right, target bottom, and target top. And then we have to re-zero these again, I think. I think. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's so pretty. And there we go. We have a filled background. That'd be good if there was just like a fill option here. We can even flip this around if we want and make it look all weird. That's fine. Let's do that. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun, guys. Okay. One moment, everyone. Sorry. Refresh this because it stopped refreshing. And all right, back to you guys. All right, so we have our panel. I want to add some labels. Give this a name. Add a label and GUI label. Use our terrible font that we've been using so far. Yeah, it is actually terrible. Let's give it a tint, just basic tint of black. I'm actually not going to use a name like that. We'll put some test character so I can see it, what's going on down here. And then I need to adjust some sizes now. And we need to adjust our, do I need to just scale this up this way? I think I do. So 5 by 5. And then get this to the right size. Also want to make sure alignment is left on this one. And we'll keep that sizing. I don't want to rotate you, I just wanted to move you. Okay. Super duper awesome. Let's add another field. Let's move it down a little. And we'll keep x of -105. We'll keep this because I really just want to adjust that. I'm going to give this more width of 100. Left. 1.5. Sorry, I just have to adjust this down. So it wants to center this. Is there no overflow? Overflow, we want to clamp. So I have an alignment of left, but it's still aligning within the center here, and I don't like that. Or do I care? Do I care? Because I would like it to do something differently, but that's okay. Yeah, that'll be okay. It'll be, for what we're doing, that's fine. Oh wow, we can put effects on here. Wow, I mean they're all terrible. Like if we give an outline, a white outline, look at that. Come on, that's just getting, we're getting all crit. Sorry, I'm messing around. No effect. Yeah, so this is our basically description of our hero. Description. We now need some buttons here, or yeah. All right, so we're gonna have a button of add remove, right? So let's call this a button. Don't call that a button. That's our handle. I wanted to add a new button. Why do I have a panel of a panel? Well, this is our background. These actually need to get moved. They should not be part of the background. Background should be here. There we go. Add a new button. This is going to be done in a second, guys, and then we're actually going to start writing some code. Thank God, right? Thankfully. Thank yes. Let's add a sprite so we can actually give it an image. You think they would have a button control that combined everything, but I get why they don't, so that they can keep it extensible. or UI button. No drag, sorry. What am I looking for? There's our sprites. Did I pick the right sprite, by the way? Let's do the dark button so we can actually see it. Let's move it. Move it, move it. Let's add a label so that we can show what we want to show here. And this label actually is going to adjust, which is okay. It's going to be a little dynamic. For now, we'll just set it up so that we can adjust the content. Call it select. That's almost perfect. That just kind of works, everybody. All right, so we have our test character. We have a select button. Let me go back to this button now. Or do I need to give it a tween target? Because I should have some options here, but I'm not seeing them. Let's give it a tween target. There we go. That's what I was looking for. So now I can give it a pressed icon of U. Just so I want to test everything, make sure alignment. Aha. See, what the frick is going on with our background? Our background is freaking out, everybody. What did I pick? What the heck just happened there? Oh, I have a UI sprite animation. Who added a sprite animation? Did I do that? Let's remove that component. Okay, so our button needs to pop up. And our label needs to pop up. Oop. Let's take a look at that now. Oh, and I'm not adding something that's very important for this button to work, which needs a collider. It needs a box collider. If we go to our UI sprite, we can now tell it to auto-adjust the size of our collider to fit. What is... Oh, our label size needs to be much smaller. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so now we have a button here, right? And has a kind of a crappy pressed state, but there is a pressed state. And okay, so good. And we have some data here, which will change description. Let's adjust this a little bit. Sorry, guys. Wow, it's moving way faster than I wanted it to. Okay, so name, put the specs same place. Whoa, what the heck just happened? Name is -105. Oh, I can't do that anymore because we have a different size. That's fine. I will line it up this way. There we go. Okay. Okay, so we have our panel at the top. Down below, I want to show our cast of heroes. This is where we get to finally write a little bit of scripting code. Let's add a new object just for a container. Let's call this our cast object because it's our hero cast. And then within the hero cast, we're going to show basically a line of our heroes, and we'll probably have an animation for them. Yeah, we'll see how this turns out. We'll see what this looks like when we do this. What do I need to add to this now? We'll just add some cast of characters. So I'm going to build a container object for a hero, and then we'll prefab it, and then we can just like pull those prefabs off and change some options, and hopefully everything works. So there's our cast. Let's add a... Do I need to transform this? No, I think we'll be okay. Let's create a new object. Call it a hero cast hero. And now a cast hero needs some data. Let's drag for now. Drag a hero prefab. if I can remember where, oh, it's in our resources, that's right. So let's put our hero, oh, we can't drag a hero prefab on here. We can drag it as a child object for hero. And that's a weird icon. Let me check something here real quick. Why is this not drawing? Is this in the wrong, it's in the UI layer, it's in the wrong layer. That's right. Oh, can I use this hero object? Sorry guys, I might have to, we might, you know what, we don't need to actually use this stupid object. We can build a new one. I'm gonna delete you, that's fine. So we have hero, we have cast hero. I wanna add a component for a skeleton animator. I think that's just what I wanna do. Hero has a mesh renderer, has a skeleton animation. Okay. Has a mesh render, skeleton animation is what we're looking for. Skeleton animation. Because a skeleton is already added. Let's delete all this. I'm going to remove everything. Okay, let's do that again. Skeleton animation. Okay, that's a little better. Let's find an asset that we want to use here, which is from our spine actors from heroes. Let's drag him for starting. Initial skin good. Sorting layer should be on the UI. Animation name, idle. I don't know why we're not animating though. There's our skeleton mesh. So I can also drag you here. Let me see what's the difference between these two, right? What is the difference between these two? Not much, to tell you the truth. Let me run this real quick. Let me see if there's some runtime. Nope. This all looks pretty much the same unless it's something to do with the mesh renderer. Let me look at our mesh renderers. Exactly the same. Okay, that's fine. We could do this. Get rid of you. Add you as a child. Rename you to cast hero. We'll start from that. Yeah. Let's scale this way down. We'll find the right scale here in a moment. Keep it uniform. Okay, that's about right for me. And we can adjust that later if we need to. Let me check this in game, make sure he's running the right animation. Okay, there's the idle anim, and then he's not set to loop. Idle, loop, there we go. Okay, perfect. This is what I want to see. We're gonna add a class now. Yeah, we can add a class to our cast heroes. This. There we go. Did you do the art by myself? I did not, guys. I did not. I am no artist, everybody. I am definitely no artist. All right, so I'm gonna add a new script here. Creating a new C# script. This is a cast hero. Go back to cast hero, make sure the component is added. There we go. And now we can get back into Visual Studio and have some fun, because that's not any fun what we're doing right there. All right, we need to attach a couple of things. We need to attach a couple of things. I want to attach a character data object. So we'll say public character data. character data. And from here, this should refresh, right? So we can attach a character data. So if we go to our resources, we go to our characters, we have a test character, which I want to drag onto here. Okay, so good. That's a start for us. Let's get the void start back in here. And there's also, let me check something. Unity editor start function. Running the editor script code on launch. Not on launch, on whenever something changes. Execute in edit mode. I think I can just add an execute in edit mode. When you leave play note, everything is destroyed normally, but you just entered it. That's why start is called again. Not what I'm looking for. Unity, let's see, hold on. Mono behavior on changes. There's a function when not when Schema is modified in there. There you go. There's a def on inspect GUI. I don't care about that. On enabled, make sure the mono is set to execute in the editor. When some field is modified, let's see here. On validate, you'll fire if any value in the inspector changes. It doesn't tell you what has changed with the few Okay, so there's on validate is what we also want. So void on validate. Don't need private. Private's assumed by default. And then we'll have a void build character. We'll basically rebuild the character anytime one of these happens. So we'll call build. So anytime in game start or in the UI editor, whenever the editor changes, you'll see why I'm doing that here in a moment. What do we need to do? Well, we have character data. We have our hero. We need to pull some data in. I'm going to steal a little bit of code from our game. So from our character data, we actually have a load function. I'm going to steal just a little bit of data from it, which is this code here, to reinitialize the skeleton. So we'll grab our skeleton animation object off ourself. We'll clear out the current skeleton, and then we'll use character data. Actor data, skin name, and then we call initialize. All right, let's see what this does. Well, it's not really going to do anything. Oh, it did actually. It switched over to Goblin Girl. No, actually, that worked perfectly, right? So if I clear this, none, boom. Let me fix something here. If character data not equal to null, else is equal to null. Unset everything, basically. Initial skin state is nothing. All right, so build that. All right, so nothing is drawing here right now because we didn't attach a character data. As soon as we do attach a character data, though, it will draw the correct character here. And we have line 33, a little bug, it looks like. If character data, oh, that's old. Clear that. So now we have our character data here. Perfect. And we'll start playing the idle animation, hopefully, when we start. These actually don't have an idle animation. Let's create a new character. Let's have two characters. We're going to need those anyway. So RPG, create new character, one of our little custom editors. So the spine we're going to use for this. Go to our actors, go to hero. Let's create a proper hero, guys. Default skin name, hero of the week is our name. This is the best hero of the week. Set up some basic data. That's all he's going to have is a level 1 ability. We don't care about anything else. What the heck just happened? Do we have a bug in our character editor? It looks like we have a little bug in our character editor, guys. Character editor 152. Let's go fix that real quick. Character editor 152. What is the bug? Oh, abilities is null, huh? We'll fix this if character abilities equal null. I'm sorry, if not null. Why would character ability else? I need to make sure I create it. Equals new. That was a change we made. We haven't been back in this editor in a while. This should clear it up. And there we go, right? So now we can add an ability, just give him a basic attack. And we'll give him a starting item of a silver sword. Collapse all that stuff. All right, save this guy out. All right, so now if we go to characters, we have 2 characters. And if we go back to our cast hero here, we can actually swap this around, right? Hero of the week can pop in here, and he'll instantly draw, which is good. And test character, we can pop back in here, right? Boop. Boop, I like it. I like it. Do I have some previous work to show, Closser? Depends on, I mean, we have our alpha out for Enderkin Station. We have a few things going on. Sorry, okay, so there's our cast hero. We set our character data. It's going to be important for character data. I need to add a collider for this now as well. I need to add a collider, and then I'm going to add this as a button. By the way, we're going to use the UI system. So we're going to add a box collider, and then I'm going to add a button. This is going to be very strange. It's going to be very strange. Let's edit the collider just to give it a little bit of extra room around so that people don't have to be as precise with their clicks. If I can not click off of the collider. Right, so you just click around that area, and that'll be your box collider. And that box collider is going to then trigger our UI button, which we will then add an on-click in our script here for cast hero. Public void on select. Yeah, what did I break? I didn't break anything. Build. And then now we can on-click add ourself after this builds. Cast hero on select. Okay, so now we have a notify when we click it, and it doesn't have material property. I don't think that's a problem. Oh, that's for the button, right? UI button. Let me expand this. I want to get rid of the... Well, actually, you know what? Do we actually have to get rid of the tween target? This is a good question. Material doesn't have a color property. Do we... No. Okay. I get it that it doesn't have a color property. I mean, I can remove the tween target. We don't actually need the tween target. Let's just set it to none. Because we don't need to tween anything when they're hovering over or anything like that. We might add that in the future, because then it could give us, we can like highlight them if they're hovered over. Is this still really doing that? Because I did that in game, right? Like what just happened there? Double check here. Okay, so to make sure this is working, let's just do a debug log selected. Built. Let's play that. It goes back to my tween target. It really wants, but as you can see, our click does select him, right? So we don't have to do any weird ray cast like you'd probably normally do. Even in the Unity GUI, I think if you want to do like clicks like this, like selections, you would have to do a ray cast from the mouse into the screen, into the box collider and see what it hits. This way, NGUI makes it real easy for us. Hey, Irago, what's up, man? Why does it keep messing with this stupid tween target? Okay, how can I add a material that has a color property? There's our materials, right? Has a hero material. Let's take a look at something. Here's our hero material, which has a shader. And I guess that's why we don't have a color property. We can add another material if we wanted to, right? We can say size 2. Well, it won't let me add. It won't let me add. Well, that's not cool, because this is a skeleton mesh renderer. I just don't want a tween target. It's either that or, you know what we could do? All right, this is how we can do this. Let's add a new object called the highlight. I don't know if this is really going to work or not, but let's find out. Texture, NGUI texture. Can I find the right texture? Because we might just build one. Here's our material. Whoa, that was interesting. Yeah, we actually don't want to set that material, do we? I don't know if I would. I don't think I even want a UI texture. I don't. I'm going to remove this. I'm going to add a sprite. And we might build something here to give us like a selection, but just to test if this does what I want to do. Wow, the size of this is redonkulous. Is Snap-on or something? Because this is like snapping all over the place. Go to cast hero. This is our tween target now. This needs to come forward. If we want to see this ever, sorry, let me make sure everything's in the right layer. Put this in the UI layer. Change all the children. Yes. Why is this not drawing? Why is it not drawing? That's my question right now. Is it because it's my tween target? Because there's the color tint, right? It has a tween color that gets applied, and I get it. Claims making 8-bit uses 64-bit Unity. Whoa, Kimmy! Whoa! How's it going, Kimmy? What is this game about? Recess balls? Recess balls? This game's about killing things, man. It's what else are RPGs about? All right, maybe RPGs are about other things, but this one right now is basically about killing things. The question, though, is why? Why is this not displaying? Hold on, let me move this up somewhere. This should render. This should definitely render. But it's not rendering. And, oh, whoa, hold on. Our Z order is very weird on this, and that's why it's not rendering. Did you see what that Z order was? Is our Z order all messed up here? Whoa, our cast hero has the strangest Z order. Sorry, so now we can add this highlight back to here. And we could fix the sprites, go back to the highlight. Can I do an alpha? A normal is going to be 0, 0, where we don't show it. And then we can normal, so then hover, we'll keep there. I'm just curious what this does. Did you get it to, oh my God. That is a terrible thing to ask. Maybe. Very possible. Is the orc alpha? No, we have, the orc is a dude from orc prison. Yeah, guys, we're switching it around. You don't save a princess in this game. You save an orc who's been in prison. And he just wants to properly thank you for saving him. I don't need full alpha on this, by the way. He just wants to properly thank you guys, that's all. Come on. Come on. Can I turn on? I don't want a pressed state. And we have the on click already, right? Yeah. So that just means for pressed, we'll just turn all the alpha. Oh, I can. Can I steal this? That's fine. Steal it this way. So let's have the same press state as hover state, right? And we're going to fix this glow in the future. We'll do something a little different, but I think this will be okay for now. I think it'll be okay for now. And collect, okay, good. Doesn't mess with anything. Okay, so there's a cast hero. What else do I need? I want to put a... Hold on, my beanie got all messed up. We want to put a little selection icon over them if you actually select this hero. So let's add a new object under here, which is our selected, and this will be a sprite. And we got to find in something that will work. Oh, we could use a big checkbox, or we'll use a sword. Ooh, I think I'm going to use the golden sword, guys. The sword of goldenness has been selected. And the sword of goldenness is giant, freaking enormous. No, I just want to move you. I just want you to move. We might have to scale this down, FYI. Because I don't think I can go to 1, right? 2 is minimum. Well, that's fine. That's how I get to a 1. Okay, and then... .5. That's probably okay. That's probably all right. The good house for the screamer. Orc, formerly known as Bradley. Oh my God. Too much. There's never such a thing as too much caffeine. A story has emerged. Fubark, I kind of like the story we got going on here. The orcish tradition for thanking someone is very, very different. Chewed off by a dog, so I'm stuck in lurk mode. What, Preston? What? Wait, Preston. What? I'm still having some difficulty understanding what is going on with you mean that a dog had chewed off your pinky. Did that really happen? And we're going to keep this disabled by default, everybody. I want to go back to cast hero. Let's add another public game object, selected objects. Wait for this to get rid of a lot of this crap. So we have selected object, just want to make sure I bind that. So when we select, so right on selected, instead of this, on select, what we will do now is say selected object dot activate, set active is true, and then we'll need to find all the other objects and possibly, oh, that means we don't need a select button up here anymore. We're just going to dynamically do it via here. I like that. So now when we select right, I wonder if we should just toggle. Let's do a toggle, which means I need a private bool of selected of false. So we'll say on select. We're going to do this all inline, by the way. Am I going to do this inline? No, we won't do inline. Is selected is equal to the inverse of selected. And then set active is if we're selected. All right, so now by default, we're not selected, right? It's false, it's good. Now we can select, and we can unselect. Okay, so that takes care of that. I need to add a new script up here, because I need a manager to because we want to make sure you can only select 2, and then not let you select anything else. So let me add a new script called the cast. Go to cast. Let's add that. Wait for it to build. All right, we added cast. That's great. Yes, reload everything. Go for it. So cast at start. I want to go grab all of our children. No, there's a way for me to get children, right? Not get. I can get components in children. Get components. Isn't there a way to get components in children? There we go. Of hero. What do we call it? Of a cast hero. And this is going to return var cast heroes. So we'll go grab all the cast heroes and all of our children. Let's grab a private. We'll keep this. I could say an array. Yeah, that's fine. Private cast hero. Our cast. I can't type though. Right, that's our cast. Let's set our cast. Public void select hero of a cast hero. So when we select a hero or unselect a hero, actually bool selected is true. Do we care actually if we unselect a hero? Let me think about this. Yeah, because we'll need that. Okay, so a hero has been selected. In fact, I don't care what you do. I just need you to notify me if you're gonna select a hero. Or actually, you know what? I do need to know. Or we'll do this instead. We'll return if we'll allow the selection to happen. Let's do it that way. It's a cast, guys. Cast with his sword. Oh my god, you guys. Well, it's not chewed off, but I got bit to the bone. Ouch. Yeah, that sounds terrible, Preston. I'm screaming and you're watching Epcot Dream. What's going on, everybody? It's definitely a Sunday. Is Hero some newfangled data type you haven't heard of? Yes, Aerosol. It is a brand new data type. If you download the latest Visual Studio, you'll find this. You'll find this data type. All right, so we want to make sure we see if we can select here. Var num selected is equal to cast where. Get link in here. This is now going to be a public selected property so that we can use it. Back on cast now. So where is selected count if num selected is greater than or equal to 2 for some weird reason, we'll just say return false. We will not let that selection happen. Otherwise, return true by default. So we won't let you select more than 2. That's a good start. Okay, so now back to here. Let's see. If not selected, if we're not selected, that means we're trying to flip it. We're going to need a public cast object, so we know our parent. We'll go bind that in a second. If select hero of ourself. Wow, I cannot type ever. I don't know what I'm doing. That's what it's come down to. We'll just return, right? So if we're not selected, that means we want to select ourselves. First check if we're allowed to select this hero or not. That will fix it. And then if we are allowed, flip it, select it. If we're already selected, we won't run through this logic. We're just going to unselect ourselves. We need to go bind this up into our cast hero. It should now have a cast object, which we can drag up. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's actually not going to work. Sorry, this has to be different. This has to be private. And at start, get component in parent. We actually have to look it up because this is going to become a prefab. And since it's a prefab, we can't have a property to an in-game object. We can have property to objects within our prefab hierarchy. That is allowed, but Unity wouldn't allow that to happen. So that's okay. We'll look it up at runtime. Okay, so let's make sure we didn't break anything. Let's make sure we didn't break anything. Do I still remember? Of course I remember you, Valve. How you been, buddy? I haven't seen you in forever. Yeah, definitely cast your own hero variables, guys. Definitely cast them. How do you type cast in C#? What's that, Kimmy? How do you do a typecast in C#? No, it's different, right? So if you want to do a typecast, you do a typecast like this, right? So if I have an int I equals 10, and say we want to cast that to a double D equals double of I. That's how you do a cast. Boop. Well, the cast that you are putting as an example in there would be how you would do it in like JavaScript. Okay, let's make sure we can select, right? Because we allow some out here, but yeah, okay. So we're able to select, still unselect. Good for us. I want to now prefab this. Prefab, just so I have it in there as a prefab. And for testing purposes, I'm going to add a couple of cast heroes here. I need to adjust where they are. Hold on, let me undo that. I just want to adjust across X. Good enough for testing for now. Whoa, not what I wanted to do. We'll adjust these properly in the future. I just want to get on here. Make sure I can only select 2, right? I just want to basically test out what we're doing. All right, that's good enough. Let's see what we got. What the hell is JavaScript? I don't even know. You're the one who went and, hey, Valve, hey, you've been great. Well, a week of exams left, and then you can rewatch previous streams. So, oh my God. You're going to have to catch up, Valve. You're going to have to catch up. You are absolutely behind. We have a little bit of a bug here. Hold on, let me I think I have some overlap with our box collider. Did I not give enough room? So hold on, there's that, right? Our box collider cuts off there. This cast hero, there's a little bit of overlap, but I think as long as I keep it within. Okay, so there's our 2. This should not be allowed to be selected. And that's odd that it just, because it's using this selected object. Are all these bound to the same selected objects? Are all of them bound? It shouldn't be. They should have their own selected, right? Let me see here. And that's that selected. That selected. Okay, let's see what's up. So that's turned on, right? That one, wow, that one got turned off. What is going on? What is going on? Let's see what's up. A little bit of a debug going on now. All right, so select you, selected is false. We can select, which is good. Our selection object is now going to get turned on. All right, so we have 2 things on. So if I come over here, selected, whoa, why does it think we are already selected? The on select this is the wrong on select being called, is what this sounds like. If we look at our cast, selected true, selected false, and selected false. But I clicked and did not get what I was looking for. Okay, so what we can check is the button collider. Let's check our colliders first. We have our collider. What I want to check is the UI button. Has an on click, right? Which has our cast hero, and then has cast hero on select. This has an on click, which has there. You, on the other hand, they should be going to different on clicks. So that's very strange. Very strange. But you know, we actually don't need to set this here, since this is our object. Here, let me change how we're doing this. I'm gonna delete you. Sorry guys, they're getting deleted. We'll redo this. We actually don't need to set an on click, because we're part of our script. We can use the override, which is on click instead. Let's go test that. See if that fixes it. So we don't have to bind an on click. It should just find it on our script, right? So still working, which is good. Let me make sure I apply that to our prefab. Let's add a second. Let's add it to the right place. Let's adjust you. Wow, hold on. Let's delete you. They got the wrong transform because I added to the wrong place, so it was way off screen. Let's give them a little more space this time. Let's add a third one. And let's do here. All right, so 3 should be enough to start, and let's see what happens now. You could possibly, what you guys doing? All right, so collect selected, right, selected, and this will not let it select now. So I think we just fixed our bug. I can unselect, and now I can select, but this guy, not clickable unless I unselect you and then I can select you, right? So this will let us choose a party of 2 from our cast, and perfect for me. I'm going to get rid of this select button. I think this is going to be a start button now. So from our panel, our button, instead of being select here, start. And we're going to update some data up here. So our cast we need to get some objects in here now. Let's do that. So we need a public UI label name, public UI label description, public UI button of starts, right? So we'll bind all these real simply. Let this rebuild. There we go. So we can get the name, background, not background, description, and then we can get our start button in here. All right, save all that, because what I want to do is if we do allow the hero to be selected, actually we want to do this on hover. Public void on hover. So when we hover, we'll get the hero character, okay, good, character data, name. We want to say our name.text is equal to, and then description text is equal to hero.characterdata.description. Let's see if NGUI buttons have a on hover. I think they do. NGUI button on hover. Hover event. There's a void on hover. That's what we're looking for. This does that. This actually doesn't need to be public anymore, but it doesn't really matter. So on hover, the cast hover on hover of this. Let's see if this does anything. By 4-year-old, because that's my approximate proficiency. That's awesome, Marisol. Next year you'll be like a 5-year-old. Okay, let's test this. Let's see if this data is doing what I want to do now. So as we hover, right? Hover, hover, hover. Oh, when we hover off, is there a hover leave? Oh, it does actually has a boolean is over. So let's do this. Bool is over. If is over. Else, we'll say cast on hover of null. And I'm going to go implement the null handler for this now. If hero is not null. Else, we'll say name. We'll just null all this out, right? It is empty string. Actually, we can do it like this. Do it all in one line. So now if we try that, and we'll null these out in a moment. But so boop, right, goes away, goes away, goes away. Okay, good, selected, and you're selected. Excellent. We should probably show some more data, actually. I should show like starting stats on here. I kind of like that idea. We'll show their starting stats. I don't know what else I'd want to show from this screen, at least for right now. So maybe we'll get starting stats in here. Name and description. Or we'll put stats over here or something. Yeah, we'll get stats in here. Because why the heck not? Why the heck not? Start button, though. So on start, let's make sure name.text is null. Description.text equals name.text equals null. And then start dot... We have the UI button. Is there enabled is false. What happens if we disable this button? What's the state look like? So it's not selectable, right? Still not going to be selectable, and that's what I want to go change. So select hero. If number selected, if we're already there, we won't let that happen. Else, else if num selected is 1, that means that we're about to select the second hero, about to select the second hero. If that is true, No, because we don't do anything on deselect, right? So now I need to, we might just add a deselect option. Or back to this, our bool selected is true by default. So we're gonna, do we flip the bit first? Is that what I was doing? No, so if we're not selected, we call select hero. And we want to pass in the inverse of selected, because that's what we want to get to. And then we'll flip it and do all that fun stuff. So the refactor for this now, if we are selecting, well, we'll get the number of selected, right? And so this logic's still the same. If the number selected is already 2, we don't want to just return false right away. That's where I got to do a little change here. So we get the number selected if selected and num selected equals 1. We're about to select the second hero. So go to our button enabled. Basically enable our start button. Enabled is true. Okay. So if number is selected, if we're selecting and we have one, we're about to select the second one, we're good. Otherwise, we won't touch the start button. Else, if not selected and num selected equals 2, about to deselect the second hero, start.enabled is going to be false. And now we can do our normal logic that we were doing here, right? Let's see if that does it. Has so much, what the heck's going on? Let me catch up on chat now. Preston's code always looks like it's been written by a jerk. That's nothing new though, man. You've been doing C# about 3 years. Nice. Nice. You're in a C# boot camp right now. How's your boot camp going, Aerosol? Include a fleshed length stat, Wilkie. All right, Aerosol. I'll add that point where you're not even professors can teach classes at least from school. That's weird, Preston. Oh God. Oh my God. I'm just catching up on chat. Don't know why, but I tend to always use string.empty rather than actually Prolocopus. That's what you should use. You should be using string.empty instead of quote, right? Ultimately, it's the same thing, but string.empty is safer to use. It's not actually more efficient, Prolocopus. So this is, if you don't know what string interning is, I'll give you guys a little. All right, we're going to go off on a little bit of a tangent, guys. A little bit of a .NET lesson about to start here. This is pretty deep .NET stuff. Most people ignore this completely. It is there, though, and you might need it sometime in your .NET career. There is, .NET has a thing called string interning. String interning is taking a string and it basically makes it static. Essentially, it makes one instance of that string value. Anywhere else in your code where you want to use that string value, you can use an intern. Why do you do that? Well, string is a reference object, right? It's a reference type. That means it's a heap object. So if I hit string x equals this is hello world. If I was to do this, right, string x equals hello world, this becomes an object on the heap. When string x goes out of scope, it's going to get garbage collected. So if I then do a for int I equals 0, I less than 10, this is a very contrived example, I get it. If I was to do this, we would create 10 string objects. This might be a bad example. I'm trying to think how I can actually give you a real string interning example, because it was about, there's a bad example. Let's do this. If we had a public void test string data, and then we did a loop over string data like this, right, plus a space plus I. This is actually not that uncommon of code you might see out there. Obviously, it's a very contrived example. We have a string data, we are appending a space to it, and then we're appending to string, right? We're appending an integer converted to a string. This string here becomes heap data. This becomes heap data because they have to generate a new string. Strings are immutable, you gotta generate a new string. Blah, 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 we get that. However, what if you do this exact same process over and over and over again, and the string input data is always the same? It would not matter. You would always generate 10 string objects on the heap, and all 10 have to get garbage collected. Could be kind of inefficient. .NET has something called string interning, and you might see the API because you can type string intern, and you can give it a value. So what we could do is take this data like this. You can intern it and say string x equals the intern of this data. This is still a little bit of a contrived example. You got to be careful here. But essentially what interning does is it takes the data, it stores it globally in the app domain, because interning is different for each app domain, FYI. But it will store that data globally in the app domain. If it's interned, you only have one reference to it. So later on, if I was to look up, this is a test, as an intern, it will intern this data. It will return back a string that points to this as a test. But the string it returns back is a reference to that global instance of this string. So if I was to do this multiple times, right, string x1 and x2, and intern both of these, x1 and x2 would be x would equal x2, not just at a string value level, but x1 or x and x2 point to the exact same memory location, because this is string is interned and you get back the exact same reference. It's a good memory and garbage collection savings if you intern strings. So if you have like lookup tables, if you build a dictionary, right, of string let's say int to string, of some weird lookup table, right, of lookups. These are all can start to be bad examples. Trying to think of a good example to show you guys that's not too complex, because string interning is not something you normally use all the time. And I haven't really thought up of a decent way to show you. But essentially, if you have like a lookup of lookups, and this is a dictionary inside of a class called cast, and you say you have 10,000 cast objects, and each cast object has a lookup table, right? Actually, this is a good example. Let's do it like that, right? So assume we have a lookup table. Sorry guys, my undo buffer just went crazy. I know a really good way to show you how to do this. Say we have a dictionary of int to string, lookup data, and then at start time, we say 0 equals 0. This is a bad example, right? I mean, you wouldn't actually do a lookup table like this, but that's fine. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and we actually have to make this slightly dynamic. Test plus. Boop, 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 boop. All right, so what's going to happen here is within the object of cast, within an instance of cast, it will have its own lookup data, and then its lookup data will have 4 values. Every instance of cast will have its own set of lookup data, right? Because this is just a private property of the cast object. Every version of cast essentially is going to have its own lookup table. This could balloon memory-wise. Strings take up quite a bit of memory because they're not ASCII. They store in memory as Unicode, so 2 bytes for every character. Just remember that. And if it's a really long string, you might have to go to the large object heap, which sends the entire cast object to the large object heap instead of being in the normal heap generation, which also is bad. So you can get into some trouble here if you have these like big lookup tables and you have one for every instance. Now, say you have 10,000 instances of cast. Well, that's right. That's going to be 50,000 strings that you just created in the garbage that you created on the heap that now have to be managed by the garbage collector and get garbage collected. So one trick here is we can intern all these strings, and as long as the string value is the same, it will share the reference. So now instead of having 50,000 instances of strings in garbage collection, or in the heap that has to be managed and garbage collected, now we just have 5. Doesn't matter how many instances of cast we can create 100,000 instances of the cast class. We'll always only have 5 instances of this string, and so it's not exponential. So that's where string interning really pays off, is when you you have the exact same string data and you're using it over and over again across the fragmentation of your heap, across all your objects. You can intern strings and they'll always be there and always available. There's also a check for string is interned, which you pass it, it will, I don't remember, I think this is the exact same thing as intern. I don't remember what is interned. I don't remember. Is interned. I think what is interned will do is if the string is interned, it will return you a reference to the intern version. If it's not, it will just return string. So it will not intern it, but if it is interned, you'll get it back. So that's that's a very, very remote scenario when you'd want to do that. But basically, this will intern strings for you. And you only get one reference of them, right? However, why I bring that up is also, once you intern a string, there is no way to remove that string from the intern list without restarting the app domain or restarting the process. So you got to be careful when you intern a string. It's there forever, never goes away. The .NET compiler will auto-intern strings for you if you do string constants, right? So if I did string x equals this is a test, this is an interned string right now. This will get interned because it's a constant variable, or it's a constant value that the compiler finds. It will intern this, and then x is just a reference for that. So then if I do x2 equals this is a test, you actually will not get 2 strings in memory or on the heap. You'll only have 1 string because this is interned. It will then say that, oh, this is already interned, so this will just get back the same pointer reference as x. So that's why I said you gotta be careful about when you're using interns aware, because constant data is already interned. Let me catch up on chat now. So like a string resource, like in Java. Preston, I'm not, my Java is rusty. Does Java have a similar system? Very possible. Which plugin shows us little text above the expressions? Oh, Stark, this is just Visual Studio. If you just download 2015, this is called CodeLens. This is just CodeLens, right? This tells me there's 2 references, but it's part of Visual Studio 2015. Would you really gain a big benefit over setting the dictionary static? So Preston, you can set it static, but now you have the static dictionary, and obviously it's a static dictionary means you got to worry about insert and lookup access across multiple threads if it's multi-threaded. So there's obviously lots of ways to slice that problem, right? Pyro. You could make it static, but now you got to worry about multiple entry, multiple exits. Do you have to put locks around it? Do you have to use a concurrent dictionary? Yeah. If everyone has their own dictionary and you string interning, basically the compiler handles the access for you. You don't have to worry about it. You create a single reference for the same for different strings of the same exact value, Stark. So it would be the same memory data, right? You can create different string objects to the exact same string data, string value, and it'll share that memory. Until you get Enterprise or Ultimate. No, I think no recall. Didn't they change that in 2015? I could be wrong. Oh yeah, you don't get everything. There's a version of CodeLens that you get. Aerosol, do you have your project hooked up to a source control? Are you using TFS or Git? So the changes, the author, and all this stuff comes since my project is a Git repository. Oh, CodeLens is in Pro and above. Okay, I think that was the change, because before I thought CodeLens was only in like Enterprise. That might have been in 2013. I think in 2017 they might be bringing CodeLens to everybody. This would be helpful then, right? So Preston, if you prepend data a lot, it would be helpful. All the pieces of the prepended data could be interned. When you smash it all together, you're going to get a new string. Remember, when you strings are immutable, so you'll get A plus B. C is a brand new string. But if A plus B equals the value of something that's already interned, C won't be a new string. C will use whatever is already interned. Do I know secure private GitHub? Do you know? I mean, I use private GitHub. I mean, so GitHub is a website start, right? Git is the source control technology. GitHub is a public service. And do the same in class build, gain memory benefits, but does it also apply to different namespaces? Yes, Pyro. The namespaces don't matter as long as everything's in the same app domain. Has CodeLens still only in Pro? Blood thing, sorry. Yeah, I don't know why I guess they have to have some value to Pro versus Community Edition, Blub, but I don't know. I think they should just give it away. That's my feeling on it. They should give CodeLens to everybody, because it just makes developing software that much easier. And there's really not that, it's not that crazy. Oh, so we have to go test. We never actually were able to test it. I got on a string interning tangent. My bad, guys. So this is disabled, still disabled. Boom. Now it's enabled. Right now we can click it. So there's a little bug. We don't re-disable on. So if not selected, let's put a breakpoint here and see what's going on. Let me reset up our scenario. Okay, we're still selected. Let's see what's going on. I also want to select this scenario. So number selected is 2. If we're selected, we don't have to worry about that because we're already selected. That's not going to happen. Okay, good, false, perfect. If we unselect now, we never even got to select hero. Why is that happening? Oh, yeah. Sorry. So this is a problem. We no longer need to do that. Instead, we just want to do this. And I think that will fix us. Do you also get annoyed by code where people always really add this? What? But always ... really always add... Oh, do I get annoyed when people do this ... local property when you're inside a method of that? I mean, I don't get annoyed. I don't do it. But I get why people would do it. Let's see. We're not able to deselect, so we can debug that. So what you're saying is, do I get annoyed when people say this versus just saying this, right? I can just type cast, or I can type this.cast. Both of these are very equivalent. I myself use this. I use the second option. I don't want to say this because that might confuse people. I use the second option here. This is the first option is perfectly acceptable. Visual Studio actually will complain though and say, hey, this name can be simplified, and it will convert that for you. But you can do it. It's okay. It doesn't annoy me. If there are 50 lines of code and they all start with this dot reference pyro, then that annoys you. That's good. Okay, let's debug this. So now when I unselect, all right, number selected is 2. Selected is false, so start enabled is going away if, oh, and then we always return false. That's easy to fix. So if number selected greater than or equal to and selected, then we'll return false. If they're unselecting something, we don't care. We always return true. Okay, so now, boom, disabled, boom, enabled, can't select you, still good, unselect you, now this is disabled, now this is re-enabled. All right, good. And we'll probably have a better highlight for when this is disabled versus enabled, but I think for now we're doing okay. I think we're doing all right. Sorry, let me respond to a message here real quick. Right. Okay. All right, it's gone. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, okie dokie. Let's get some stats up here now. Let's do some stats. Or we just have to show the basic stats. This is for reusing variable names in a method. Yeah, but then you shouldn't reuse variable names, Aerosol. That would be my advice, is don't reuse. Yeah, I got my Bing beanie on right now. Don't reuse don't reuse variable names inside. Don't use a local variable that maps to a same variable name of a class. You're just going to get yourself in trouble at some point. All right, so we have our panel. I'm going to add a new empty object, which will be a widget, UI widget. And this is going to be the stats panel. And let's size it. Size it on up. Because I'm going to show stats basically right above here. Now we can resize ourselves. Yeah, I think that'll be okay for the moment. So there's our stats panel. We need to add some label objects. So call this Braun, which is a label. And then we can copy paste once we set one up. Add our crappy font. And then we'll probably BB code this so that we can change the color and have slightly different colors and make just one label. We're gonna be a little lazy. Braun, okay. Yeah, that'll be good. That's pretty good. Let's go 150. Alignment is going to be left. Okie dokie. So Braun, speed. Sorry, doing this in the wrong place. Smarts. I'll adjust them in a moment. I just want to get them all in here. Smarts and then our luck. Okay, so there's Braun, there's speed on the Y scale. Okay, smarts. And then luck. All right, so there's our stats that I want to display. We have to bind these, and we'll bind them just like we've been doing in the cast. So we'll do public UI label of brawn, speed, smarts, brawn, speed, smarts, and luck. All right. On hover, brawn.text is hero, character data. Ooh, I gotta get, though, this is gonna be fun. Var starting progression is equal to hero.character data stat progressions where e.min level is 1 and e.max level equals 1, and then first or default. So that's our starting progression, important, because now we can say brawn gain dot toString. Oh, and right, this actually should be brawn plus. All right, so brawn, speed, smarts, luck, speed, smarts, luck, speed gain, smarts gain, and luck gain. Copy this. Let's just do it differently. Brawn.text equals to speed dot. Oh, actually, no, I gotta do this. Yep. Because we gotta null them out, right? Brawn. Boom. Speed. No, too much. Smarts, luck, speed. Smarts, I'll fix it in a second. Okay, boom. Let's see what this does real quick before I color it. Oh, wait, this isn't going to work at all because I got to go to our cast, collapse some stuff here. This should refresh, and now we can drag all of our labels. Brawn, smarts, speed, and luck. Okay, now that should update. Okay. You're planning to build a 2D Vision from the Sky multiplayer game. Do you recommend me something, maybe a tutorial asset, only have 90% completed the game design document? Add an overall mojo stat. Oh god, aerosol. So Stark, you're gonna build a 2D multiplayer game. Have you ever built any games before? Knowledge instead of smarts? No, guys, smarts. This is 8-bit old school RPG. No way would you have knowledge. You have a smarts stat. Come on. Come on. And knowledge is a longer word to type out everywhere. That's absolutely true, Pyro. So there's our starting stats that we show, which is good, but I want to give them a little bit of color. And I got to remember how we do this. Oh, I think I remember. What we do is add this, and then we add a hex value. I got to find a hex color wheel just to make sure. Hold on. Let's do red, green, blue, alpha. And then we can adjust the color as needed. Let's see what that looks like, actually. I think that's how I set the color for the BB code stuff. It's silly that it uses BB code, but what am I going to do? Ability to back me up a little bit. All right, Stark. Well, this is brawn red, speed yellow, and of course force of will, and the smarts are blue. Well, that did not work. Our BB code did not work there. We have code that does this. I'm just going to go look at it in the battle UI. If I remember, in our UI, we have a item stat grid. Is this where I show all of our items? For each stat modifier, sets, that's the character UI, set stat adjustment. Maybe it's in here. Just trying to remember. Somewhere I do BB code. Aha! I found it. Yeah, I was doing this right. And then this will reset it. So we set this to red, and then we reset the tint. Did I not enable BB code on these? That is a possibility. BB code's enabled. Oh, the color tint is black. I wonder if I need to do white. Let me just test this. We might have to do white because it applies a multiplicative. There it is. There it is. It was just because of that. So we can fix you then. Let's do a tint color, and I'll show you how we fix this. At least I think I know how I can fix this. It's not the one I want, but that's okay. Close you down now. So I need to add a new BB code in front of here. 0, 0, 0, full alpha. Hopefully this gives me, hopefully that'll give me black. Yeah, so here's my advice, Start. Here's my advice. Trying to jump into a multiplayer game. So this actually does apply what we want. We just need to do this at the beginning as well. So that's how we color it here instead of using the color tints. I would consider, you should really consider not going multiplayer for your first game. I'm very serious about that. Trying to go multiplayer for your first game, it's going to be extremely, if not impossibly, difficult for you to make that happen. Networked gaming adds a whole new dimension to development. It's one thing to develop a single-player game or even a local multiplayer game is hard, but just developing a single-player game is tough enough, depending on the game. Adding networking into a game is very hard. Now, it depends on the game. Some games, the networking is not difficult, right? If you're developing like a turn-based card game, the networking for that actually is brain-dead easy. But there's still a little more complexity there, but it's easy. But if you're trying to do any type of Twitch, any type of real-time, any type of networked physics, things get crazy very fast. It's a kettle of fish. I like that. I like that. I like it. It's a kettle of fish. Okay, so stop. Now, when we unset, that's right, in our code here. Let me grab you. Got to set our color. Okay. So here's our new character creation system, guys. It's interesting. We're gonna create a few characters. We'll create a few characters, by the way, so we can do this. But what I want to implement now is the big start button. So from cast, collapse some stuff here. Don't need you anymore. I want to start our game. So to start our game, this is gonna be interesting. I think I know how I'm gonna do this. Yeah, it's a little hacky how I'm gonna do this, guys, but I think it's not hacky enough that we'll not do it. Start. So this is gonna start our game. What we need to do is from our hero cast. Let's get our selected var heroes is cast where we just want to get all of our selected heroes, right? And from heroes, and then we go for each var heroes. What I want to do is create a saved game of our data because we already have a system that will load a saved game get us right into the battle scene, which is where it needs to be, and load everything correctly. And I'm trying to get us to that point. I am a professional fish wrangler. How did you guys know? Even if you were somewhat experienced, you would have to develop core gameplay before integrating multiplayer. That's very true. You got to get your core game up before you even really think about multiplayer. Of course, if multiplayer is a core concept of the game, don't wait too long, because you might implement a local player game and it's like, okay, how do I get multiplayer into here? Which could be hard. Stark, you get my point. Game will have local multiplayer, so I should do it first. You definitely should do local multiplayer first, but it's still going to be difficult. That was making a 3D FPS shooter multiplayer game about the data management of his friend. He said, I used a framework that did most of the job for me. Which framework would that be? Well, Stark, I mean, there's a lot of networking frameworks out there that will help you. If you're going to go down the Unity route, Unity has a multiplayer system built in. I think it costs, though, if I remember correctly, if you want to run, maybe you don't have to run it on their servers, but I think Unity has a networking library that has tight integration with its physics system, which has tight integration with game objects and all that fun stuff. But I would caution, by the way, Stark, even if you use a framework or a networking library, most networking frameworks and libraries are very generic because they have to be. They have to support a wide range of game implementations. There's going to be things that you have to tweak and implement at the networking level that you might struggle with. Yeah, there's SmartFox, there's Photon. I'm assuming those even have Unity libraries. There's actually probably several Unity assets for doing networking that have pretty decent integration. Probably why multiplayer Stardew Valley is hit. Yes. Yes. All right, so we're going to get all of our selected heroes, which should basically be 2. Let's see if this actually will work the way I'm thinking. So our game save system, essentially what I want to do is call create new, right? Create a new save game, which gets the battle mat, and then this gets the front line. So can I fake this with our own custom battle mat? And because all we care about is getting the front line and the back line heroes. And then everything else, we have to build the heroes, by the way, which is okay, but that'll give us backpack, that'll give us everything we need. So I think I could do this. Let's add that. We need to add, first of all, let's add a new game object called the game manager. This is a singleton. We have a script for this already. And somewhere in here, I think it's in UI. We need to search for it. Game manager. Drop it in here. We don't have to set anything on here. We might set the battle mat, but what I want to now create is a new game object. And this will become a do not destroy, so it becomes a singleton for us, and that's how we use it across scenes. This is kind of a temporary battle mat. I just want to make sure it doesn't render. But because I know it's going to want to render. So we have no prefabs, right? We have no slots, but this is where I want to basically do. I want to add to these battle mat slots, and this should have a tag. Battle mat tag. And it's added to a layer that we don't render. That might be good. So if we go to our camera, take U off. Make sure it's off everywhere. Take U off. Okay, so this might work. Let's find out. Let's go wire it up and see what we got. So if we go to our cast, we have our heroes. Var battle mat is equal to game object, find object with tag. Get components on that, which is the battle mat. Okay, so now for each, well, we actually have to build these heroes. We have the hero data, which we just need the name var. So we'll go for each var data in heroes. Because we really care about the data aspect of it. Var hero is equal to character data dot load from data, character data.name. So this will go look up. This will give us an in-game object. That is a game object. Var battle component off of that. Get component of a battle component. Because the battle component is what we want to add to the battle mat. Add actor battle component. So this will add everything to the battle mat. Once everything is added, instance, game manager instance, go to implementation. Oh, not instance, instantiate. That's not what I wanted. Game manager instance. I thought we had an instance. Let me go to my game manager. Oh, it's private, which is fine. We'll look up our game manager. That's okay. But from there, I want to then call load save from our save file. Oh, we have to actually save the game, right? Let's make sure this works first. Game save system dot save, create new, and I think I'm going to have create new return the name of our save file, which is going to be this. That's gone. Save it and then return file so that we have it. Close you down. Var save, because once we have the save, I'm going to add another public. The game manager. Game manager. Once we have it, we have save. What doesn't it like here? Can I assign a this is not void anymore, unless I messed that up. I did. So probably I should have a return string, right? Okay, so we have a save file. I can now call game manager.load save of save, and that should kick us into the game with our new party. Whew. Okay, let's see here. Where are we failing? I can't call this start, right? That's fine. New game. We'll call it new game. Couple things we got to bind now. In new game, in our UI, in the cast, we have game manager, which is you. Drops on there. Next thing we got to do is go to our start button. Where are you at? Button. UI button. We need to bind our behavior here, which should go to notify, cast, new game, and that should be that. I want to attach and debug and see if things work how I want them to work, or if things are terrible. Start there. Okay, so select, this is in BattleMat line 108. Yeah, we might have to make a couple of changes to BattleMat to support what we're trying to do with it, which is fine. BattleMat. What is it trying to do? So we're trying to show the BattleMat. Why are we trying to show the BattleMat? Well, that's on start, so we'll just say if debug, let's get rid of everything. So if battle UI is null, a yield break. And just get out of here, right? So now we won't even show the battle map, which is good. I like that. And then in update, if battle UI is not set, right? If battle UI is null, just return. Don't run our update. I think that's enough to get that running. Let's reattach. Restart Unity game. Stop. Start. Let's try it again. How long have I been programming? For, oh my God, a long time now. I've been programming professionally or in total? In total since, oh God. Now I gotta actually think about how long that it's been. Give me a moment. I'm going back in time here. About 25 years. So I guess in total, I've been programming for about 25 years. Professionally, I've been programming professionally for almost 18 years. AKA probably too long. All right, so we have everything good. Let's debug. Okay, we have heroes. We have our battle mats. Check something here. Okay, good. We're able to get our mats. We have our heroes as we load through them. Boop, hero of the week. We found our hero. We have our battle component. We are able to add it, no exceptions. Okay, good. Now let's see if we're able to save this off. We found the mat. We got our front line. We got our back line. Yeah, we gotta fix. We're gonna fix our inventory system today too, guys. FYI. Because operation due to current state of the object. Maybe we did not have in the front line. Var. I'm just gonna add a debug line here. Var first hero equals front line dot first or default. Let's see what this is, and I might look through hero slots as well. That's fine. Reattach. Well, I tried. Oh, I'm behind on chat. There we go. Yeah, so we had an invalid operation. No problemo. Recompile. Come on, come on. Or am I locked up? Oh, we might have broken the Unity, guys. It's loading something. There we go. Okay, can we stop now? I don't want you to play anymore. There we go. We were able to stop it. There was only one instance. That was weird. I think Unity was recompiling. Okay, hit play, select, hit start. We know this works now. Do I get a first hero? So that's null. So if we look at our hero slots, oh, we don't have anything. Ooh, hero slots. So what I need to do is, do I want to detach? I don't really want to. Add actor. We need a debug here. Because I think I'm not... Oh, that's my problem. Sorry, guys. Let me terminate all. I know the bug. I know the bug. I didn't set up the battle mat correctly. Even though we have a battle mat, we have some prefabs, which are battle slots. I got to drop in some slottage and say is hero, is backline. So I got to give the right number of 3, and then you are going to be is a backline. So this is slot 0, 1, 2. That's going to be back to slot 0 for backline. 0, 1, 2, right? 0, 1, 2. That should fix our bug. Your beginner, Blood Blitz, and watch him go about... Oh, I'm sorry, Blood. If you have any questions, man, just ask. Ask away. So we have heroes that got cloned, but they did not get added to our slots here. And why did that not happen? How do I get our slots again? Maybe on start. Yeah, we don't care. Slots is our battle slots. We have hero slots. Oh, I have to add them. Oh my god, I still haven't set this up correctly. If you look here, we have hero slots. There should be 3. Boop. Hero slots. There should be 3. I need to just add. If I don't click things incorrectly. I'm sorry, there should be 6. I don't need any enemy slots for this one. There should be 6 slots. And we just want to add these in. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right, save. I think we'll be fine. I think. Fingers crossed. Okay. Oh my god. Success! Success! So what just happened here? I mean, there's some more transition screens we still need to do, everyone. Like at the start of a battle, I want to do some type of fade-in transition screen. Right now, we just like kick in right into the first round of combat. But what I can show is what we can do here. So everything worked, though. We were able to select our heroes. We saved it to our save file. Then we were able to reload that back into the battle scene and did our scene transition. And everything was Bob Your Uncle. If I lock the inspector window, you can select multiple objects and drop them on an array in the inspector and it adds them. Oh, Pyro, I didn't know that. And I do actually, this was locked. Oh, it is locked. My inspector window, I can't lock it anymore. Hold on, let me lock it now. So I guess that only keeps it locked for my session. But Pyro, that's cool. Thank you for the tip. Okay, so you can go away. Don't need to see you anymore. What do I want to do? I kind of want to get rid of... I mean, these can stay, but I want to rebind. I want to create a couple heroes for us to select from for testing purposes. We have 2 right now, which I will show, right? Because we can take you... Oh, this got locked. I don't want to... I locked it because it keeps that locked. I get it now. So you... Okay. Just close everything up that I don't need to see. I want to just change this to test character. So now we can either have... And we'll get rid of you. We're going to create another character, too, by the way, very shortly. So we have Hero of the Week, and we have Test Character. If we play both of these, we play this now. We have Test Hero, who's my first pony, and we have Hero of the Week. Goblin girls are always better than human boys, as you can see by stats. But we're going to select both of them, and we're going to start, and now this is our party, right? Now we've just jumped right into combat. Right into El Combat. Oh, we are going to kill these guys. They have no chance. Rah, rah, rah. They really have nothing on us. Oh, wait, why? Don't attack me. Why are you picking on the goblin girl? What? That's pretty messed up. We're going to put her to sleep, though. And you're going to have to die now. Sorry, you just got to die. The stats are hard to read. I know, Pyro. I'm going to fix the color. Don't worry. It's like neon green, and it's bad. I'm with you on that. We'll fix the color. Don't you attack her, goblin girls. Only I can do that. Okay, we gotta fix our inventory still because we need a shared party inventory. That should be easy for us to fix. Yeah, I think that'll be easy for us to fix. I'm just thinking through my head how I want to fix. All right, so did we not get any loot from that? Oh, we did, but we have a bad broken inventory now from all our changes. But we have some heroes, which we can... Just want to look at something from the box collider. Make sure it's not too crazy. I think I'm going to adjust the box collider because it's a little big. We didn't need it that big, I guess. I can never keep it selected because I can't click with the mouse. My mouse selection skills suck. And apply that. So she now has a reduced box collider. Okay, that'll be fun. Let's create another hero. Actually, before we create a hero, we're going to go into spine. We're going to create a new spine animation, guys. We'll export a new spine animation. We're going to export a new spine animation just for the kicks. Just for some kicks. So we need attack, death, idle, and run. Attack, death, idle, and run. Remember that, everyone. Attack, death, idle, and run. I want to grab... where are you? I think it's part of Spinosaurus. Nope, that's not it. I'm seeing if he has a skin. He does not. We don't want to export Spine Boy. You suck, Spine Boy. Where is that? It's Raptor. That's what I was looking for. This is what we're gonna export. Walk. Let's go into animation. Let's play this. That's good. We just need to rename this. So I want to save as. Yeah, that's fine. And we're going to save it down into our system. To our raw. Not raw. Where did we store? Where are we storing this stuff? Spine raw. That's right. Folder Raptor. Raptor. I gotta go to this because we're missing all the images. I'm gonna go fix that right now. Just gotta grab view. Go into Raptor, drag all that in there, and then if we reload it from the right place, okay, good. I need to rename you to run. What do these do? That's going to be our attack animation. FYI. Oh, this is terribly fun. Empty, which is good, is going to be our idle. We have attack idle. What does jump look like? We don't actually use that. I'll use idle for our death animation as well. So I want to add a new animation for death, which doesn't do anything. Okay, so we have, and jump we can get rid of. Attack, death, idle, run. That's what we needed. Save that. Let's export this now. Export it. Yeah, into the raw folder. JSON, good, because we got to do one little fix up. Why didn't that? That gave me a Raptor JSON, did I not? Oh. An error occurred while packing the images. Image does not fit the max page. We could fix that. So we could give this, so 1024 would do 2048. Just test data, so it's fine that it doesn't, that we have to adjust this. And Atlas extension needs to be atlas.txt. So we'll save, load texture pack set. Oh, I don't want to load the setting, sorry. Hit OK, and then export. All right, so now we're exported, and now we can drop all of this into Unity. I'm going to do that right now. Attack, death, idle, run. Yeah. Attack, death, idle, run. Attack, death, idle, run. It's our mantra. We have spine actors. Create a folder called Raptor. And we take all three of this and add it in, and that should do a spine import for us. Now, if we look at Raptor, we have a skeleton Raptor. Okay, good. So that's our new resource. We need to scale him down, by the way. I'm trying to think where. Oh, it's right here. So will that be the right scale? Well, we'll find out. We can scale him down. It's not that big a deal from the asset size from the Atlas. But first, we'll go to resources, character. Let's create a new character. This is going to be a backline character, by the way. And then that's where we can grab our spine. We only have one. Good. It's going to be Rappy. The rappiest raptor in town. It's at a level 1 of stats. Okay, ability. We'll just give him. We'll give him basic attack and sleep as well. Okay. And starting items, he's going to have a bow because he's in the back line. We want him to go to the back. So he gets a basic bow and he'll get some basic armor. Okay, so let's now add a third cast hero. And instead of test character, let's go to characters, and let's drag a Rappy on here. Boop! So I definitely have to adjust the scale. I figured I was going to have to, so let's go do that. But do I have to re-import? Okay, good. It did not. I just have to rerun. Let's just do this a couple times. We'll get to the right size. Almost there. Oops. Just got to scale them down. That's good. I like that. That's good. Let's drag you over. Oops, wrong transform. Where are you at? Okay. Let's save everything. Let's see if we can build our party now. Let's see what we can do. I want to select you. I want to select you. Rappy. Let's go, Rappy. Rappy should not be in the front line. Rappy should not be in the front line. Why is Rappy in the front line? Do we not expose that? Let me check something in the battle map. Am I messing something up? Very possible. Battle mats, add actor. So we just add an actor. So if is backline and component is, so we have to specify that it's a backline hero. That's right. I thought we did that in our character data. Backline. Oh, we don't. Is back. We don't set that, do we? We don't have that as a property. I thought we were doing that. We could expose that. Do I want to expose that? Do we want to? I think I need to. Otherwise, it doesn't really work. So no problemo. Let's go add a new property for here. That's stat progression, name, description. So we're going to add a new public bool is backline. So by default, it's false. We got to go to our editor. Our character editor. We have to expose this now. Where are we going to expose it? In the GUI. Let's take a look at our character editor. I could put it next to name. So we have names. So this now needs to be a editor, GUI, layout, begin, horizontal. And just copy this. Okay, and now this needs to go. That will be there. That will be there. Kind of want to put this into. Well, we won't do that yet. Oh, that's description. Sorry, description should not be in here. That's what's wrong. Should be out. Okay, so we have a draw text field. A character dot is backline is draw toggle. I don't have toggle field here. Let's grab that from here. So make sure this is correct. Horizontal. So we get a toggle width, and then we get the label 120. So this should actually be a GUI layout. Got width of 130. So now we can draw a toggle label. Okay, draw a toggle label, backline, which is character.is backline. So that should do it. In character data, when we load, just make sure I set this, right? So battle component is backline is equal to character is backline. All right, so that will set that up. Let's see what this looks like now. There, we now have a checkbox here that we can select. We might need to put something somewhere to let them know that it's a ranged hero versus not a ranged hero. In our description, we'll get to there. But let's see what this does. So let's try this again, guys. You want to see me fight 6 Rappies at once? Maybe. Let's start this. So now Rappy is in the back line, and we have a bunch of errors here. Oh, this is part of a GUI, but we did not... Something bad just happened, guys. Flat buffers is no bueno. Flat buffers does not like something. Let's try this again real quick. What did flat buffers not like? Select, start. Okay. Okie dokie. We can do that. Save system, backpack item, get name. So it's trying to get a name from the backpack. And it's not able to find it, which is odd. But also, why am I getting... Where are these coming from? We shouldn't be getting this. This might be because more than likely it's because this failed, right? So let's look at our save system and see what just happened. Something with our hero here just broke. So this, sorry, is in background load. So game system load. So in background load, save system load. Let's debug through, see what's going on. Attach or debugger. And we'll go fix it. Oh, yes, we will. Let's try that again. Start this sucker up. This is where we're going to save. Well, add actors. So let's see. Backpack. We're able to get the backpack. Okay. Items. Are no items. That's right. Oh, actually, there is an item in our backpack. Why is there an item in our backpack? Item is null. Oh, that's right. We go through. They're all null. They're all going to be null. Let me just run a cursor. So backup item is null. Perfect. That's fine. Frontline. Maybe this is something to do with we've never tried saving backline heroes. We've actually never tried to save backline heroes. I think that's might be what's going on. So when we write a hero, we get their abilities. This hero has no abilities. What hero is this? Hero of the week has no abilities. Oh, that's right, because his abilities are the starting abilities. We don't serialize those. That's fine. Okay, get out of here. So we have this backline hero, which is Rappy, right? Rappy, the rappiest of them all. So frontline offsets has a flat buffer offset. That has an offset, so we reverse both of these. That's fine. Frontline offsets gets a front vector of 200. The back gets a 208. Backpack vector, right, 212. Add the front line. Add the back. Add a backpack. So, yeah, this looks okay from a save standpoint. So let's go into the load now. We're going to get back Apati. Backline length, front line length, right, no backpack. So this is okay. So let's go through the front line length. We got value, is hero of the week. So we load that hero, that's fine. Backline is Rappy, so that's fine. Let's get the battle mat. Oh, I bet we're not going to get back a backpack here. Let's see, look at the hero slots. Are they all null? No, they're not null. So we're gonna. This is the first one that should come back, right? It's not null. We'll get back the first one. Oh, but the actor is null. So actor.inventory is gonna. This is gonna break on us. Oh, that didn't break on us. Why did that break on us? I thought that would have broke. But okay, so we have a backpack. Backpack length. Oh, why is backpack length 1? This is the bug, right? This is the bug. Backpack length should not be 1. So when we get back this item, when we look at the value, this is all bad data. But why was the backpack length 1, guys? So we're going to have to go back through the save. That's our problem. Let's do this again. Select, go for it. When I save, so backpack items are empty. Frontline hero. Am I writing one of the wrong vectors to the backpack? That might be what's up. Oh, I'm also not reversing this in the right way. I don't want to reverse it here. I need to reverse the offset, but that's okay. We don't have items yet, so it's okay. So yeah, so that's count of 0. Create a backpack vector, right? That's our backpack vector. So we have a backpack vector of 212. This looks fine. Add front line, add back line. Unless we're doing this in the wrong order. And then we add backpack, and then we end the party. Hey, Pyro. Hey, Ace. Hey, everybody. Root offset. Sorry. Yeah, get the root offset. It's just an offset. I don't know why this is happening. Because this looks, everything looks okay to me. Looks okay. Because there is no backpack. We create a vector of nothing. That's what we write. Back down here. So if we look at data, oh, this is now 0, right? Backline length is 1. Frontline length is 1. Backpack length is 0. Let me check something. Now all of a sudden backpack length is 1. Uh-oh. Wait, hold on, guys. Oh, backline length. Ugh, I am a dummy. Why didn't anyone say anything? Backpack length. I blame you, stream. This is definitely not my fault. This is definitely your fault. In love with you. Oh my God, D. Burton. That's like the sexiest thing someone said to me all week. Holy cow. All right, well, we just fixed our little bug here, though. And stream, you're definitely at fault for this. I'm not taking the fault for this one. We don't need to reverse this. We do need to reverse the backpack vector. Oh no, offsets. Oh, this was correct. I'm sorry. I'm up dumb. Because backpack items is our offsets. We do reverse it. Okay, we're good. We're good, guys. Entirely your fault. I know. Sorry, Pyro. It's okay. Look. You guys are at fault, but I do forgive you. I mean, I forgive you, so it's okay. Let's try this now. There we go. OMG, guys. Rappy and Hero of the Week versus Random Goblin number 1. Who do you think's gonna win? Boo! Did you see him draw his gun and just kill this goblin? Rappy is the rappiest of them all. Did you guys see that? Did you see? I'm gonna show you it again. Boo! Why does he do 118 points of damage? He is... The basic bow is insanity, is what this looks like. The bow, oh my God. I forgot how much this bow does. This bow is crazy. Yeah, I remember when we added this stupid bow. All right, Hero of the Week, it's your turn. Oh God, he shouldn't be attacking me in the back line here. That's we got ourselves a little bug, guys. We have ourselves a little bug. Why did he just attack us? He should not have attacked Rappy. He should be attacking. I'm in the front line. He should be attacking us. It was a test. I failed that test miserably. Rappy, do your thing, Rappy. Actually, Rappy, you put him to sleep. I want you to put him to sleep, Rappy. Thank you very much. Let's see if that happens again, and then we can look at fixing this. So we got to get back to a random encounter that has more than one hero, because we kind of kill people very quickly. So instead, you're going to sleep, and you're going to attack. So this guy now gets to go, and he's always coming for Rappy in the back line. What are those black lines, Fubark? These black lines is me drawing a little bit of art just to show perspective. AKA, you should probably ignore them because the perspective should look like this, right? Where heroes in the other slots are further away from the camera. And we don't have a good art for a background image right now. So that's what those black lines are. Please ignore them. That's my level of art ability. That's me drawing art, and now people wonder why I should not draw art for video games. So let's debug this since we can duplicate this again in this combat. In our behavior tree, behavior selecting of the hero. Not select here, executability. So we have this right now. We want to get the AI score. Can activate. So I need to look at can activate. So here's where it should not be happening. Because if is ranged, it's not ranged, in target is backline. This is what should be executing, right? And I think this is failing. This is returning the wrong value, my guess. Let me reset up our experiment here. It's not helping, I know. I'm terrible, Fubark. I'm terrible, man. Oh, crap. Oh, God, I'm going to mess myself up here. I got to do this all over again. I forgot to attach my debugger before the AI executed. It's all right, we'll do this again. Should only take me a try. Oh, this will be a really good try. We've got 3 people back here. Okay, so let's just do this the right way. Goblin girls always die first. All right, I was about to do this again. I was about to mess this up. Let's attach our debugger now. And I'm going to just put a breakpoint here. Execute that. You're going to die. He's going to run his behavior tree, which is going to try and find this. Let's look at the call stack just to make sure we are running through our behavior tree. Okay, good. So our targets that he's going to try all the targets, right? We're trying all abilities and all the targets, calculating score. So that's our target. That's our owner. We're in the base ability. Let's see if owner stats current SP does not. Why doesn't he have SP right now? When we're building the enemies, we're not calling reset stats on him anymore because we moved that to level up, and I gotta fix that, but that's fine. If we can target an enemy, and the owner is hero equals target is hero. Otherwise, you would skip there. Can target friendly, and if it's separate, but it won't. Can target dead, but we're alive, so it's okay. Uses a weapon, and owner is a hero. We'll skip that. If uses weapon... Oh, this is the bug. So if it uses a weapon, and the owner is not a hero, we always let it happen. Maybe I have another check here, because basically we're not saying, oh, is this a ranged weapon and can it target a backline? So let's see what we check in. We don't have effects, we're going to get the effect. So, okay, so I guess I got to make a fix for that. I need to see what kind of weapon they have attached. Go. Because basically, if uses weapon, yeah, okay, we can fix this. Detach all. Check if current weapon is ranged or not. Okay, so owner, inventory, weapon slot var weapon. That's our base item. Okay, good. Okay, so that'll get the weapon. If weapon is ranged and target is backline, sorry, if it's not ranged and the target's the backline, we want to run this. Else, return true. So that means either it's a melee weapon, or it's a ranged weapon, you can attack wherever you want, or it's otherwise, or the target's in the front line and you can always attack them. So that will, I think, fix that bug. Okay. Okie dokie. We gotta stop and restart. Choose our party again. Yeah, we can do this. We'll put you to sleep. Oh, hold on. We can't attack you, can we? That's fine. We'll wait for another combat. Oh god, I'm not doing any damage now. They have proper hit points. What happened here? We don't have a weapon attached yet. Is that the problem? Do we not attach weapons? Let me debug this. He definitely has to have a weapon in his weapons slot. That is a thing. I think it's been a while. Let's look at Goblin. Oh, that's right. We actually don't give them weapons. I'm a moron. Goblins don't have items, right? They have a ranged or a not ranged check. So if I got to do this just slightly differently. So we don't grab the weapon. What we check is... okay, so if uses weapon and owner is not a hero, if owner is backline, actually not backline, how do I know if they're arranged? We have character data. All right, I gotta look at our system here. Apparently I'm being a dummy right now. We have enemy data. Where is enemy data? Okay, enemy data is ranged, right? And when we load this up, we say, okay, basically if it's a range, they go in the back line. Otherwise, it's the only way they can attack from that, and that's fine, that makes sense. So I can just check for the back line. So if owner is back line, if the owner is a backline, yeah, so if they're using a weapon, it's the AI. So if they're backline, okay, and they're targeting backline, that should fix us. Fingers crossed. But isn't use weapon and owner never true? No, Pyro. Use weapon is attached to the ability. So abilities either say... either override if the ability is a ranged or a melee ability, or the ability might have a flag that says use your equipped weapons flag for ranged or not ranged. So like a basic attack uses weapon, right? So the basic attack ability has a flag that says it uses whatever attached weapon you have. So if you have a bow, then the basic attack is a ranged ability. If you have a sword, the basic attack is a melee ability, essentially. But for enemies, for AI, we actually don't give them items. We just give them space. We just give them their total stats that they should have, which means they don't have a weapon that they could attach. So we have a different flag for AI that says if they're a ranged attack or not a ranged attack for something like that. Is backline, right? If owner and target is backline. Come on, Erica. At least we're checking two different objects. All right, so We got to get into a different combat for this. What do I think about Android programming? I think Android programming is fine. Are you doing Android programming in like native JNI, in Java, are you using like Xamarin and doing C#? Line 97. What's wrong with line 97? We're good, right? We're good. I'm not crazy. I mean, sometimes I'm crazy. In this instance, I'm not crazy. All right, we can set up our test case and see if we're fixed. Obviously, a unit test would have told us right away. But that's no fun. No! No! You should not have done something like that. Oh, man. I got to set up a breakpoint in here, I guess. Debug. Attach. I'm so not extremely happy right now. Let's do that again. We're attached. We'll see what's up. This can't activate, can go away. Let's do a basic attack. Okay, so uses weapon and it's an AI, right? The owner. Oh, owner's not a backline. This is my bad. There is actually a bug here. If owner is not a backline hero, basically if owner is a melee hero, right? They're a non-ranged attacker. And the target is in behind. See if that is a valid target, if there's anyone still in the front. Okay, we got it, guys. Oh, like fourth time definitely is going to work. Oh, and this is good. We can just kill you. Walk, you're dead. We can kill you. Oh my god, we're so powerful. These goblins just don't... oh god, we need to kill him. He's powerful. Rappy is a god. Hero of the Week's not very hero-y, and definitely not of the week. Oh my god, did Cornflower Blue just join my chat? Cornflower, where have you been all my life, man? Where have you been? Okay, so... yeah, we're working now. We're working. We're fixed. Put you to sleep. You get to attack. Now he will attack me. Because that's all he can do. Yes. Yes! So good. God damn you, Cornflower. Don't you dare lurk around here. Don't you lurk. All right, so that's new game. Let's wire this up back in our other scene. So let's go back to our proper scene. Scenes. Our landing, right, which has a new game button. We actually have the script for this. Which is here. So on click, we want to call scene manager. I think it's scene manager dot load is no scene manager scene. I don't remember what object this is off of. Yeah, it's scene manager dot load scene. What happened? Scene manager load scene. New game. And there we go. So now, it's amazing. We can load a game. Cannot be loaded because it's not been added to the build. Oh, we got to put our build settings in here, right? Build settings. Character create. Actually, you're going to go away. We're going to be deleting you. Add open scene. Can I just draw scenes here? Okay, good. New game. So landing, new game, battle, basically got it. Thank you. Save. Run that now. Most of the time you hear Cornflower just lurking. Well, lurkers don't prosper. So now we can click on new game and get into our new game scene. We could start a whole new game. But even better, we actually saved our game, right? Our game just got saved. 12:04 p.m. If we hit load game, we can actually load that game that we just created. And we'll start a new combat. This might not be the same encounter that we had from the last one because encounters get generated outside of saves. 99 little bugs, code fix, recompile, 107 bugs. That's how it works, Pyro. What is this project all about? Is it a contracted service or it's personal, Stark? It's personal for my my own studio. This started out as a holiday project. This started out as like a holiday fun project because I don't have a lot of experience using Unity, and I like to stay up to date with things if I can. So I decided to start a Christmas holiday project, and this was it. I thought it would be fun, and it's been so much fun that we've been continuing it long past the holiday because it's been a month since. It's been more than a month. Obviously, I don't stream every day, but yeah. But everything is working as it should. Don't you love Rappy? Don't you guys love Rappy? Rappy the Rapster? Should we add another spine object in here? Open. Let's do it this way. Files. Let's get one more hero in here. This one's stupid. But that's okay. Okay, and then I think I can just drag... No, of course not. Because why would Spine allow such a thing to happen? We can just open it right here. What animations do we have? It just has a flying animation. What is this ODI entertainment? You get the hell out of here. I want to delete this attachment. Yes. It probably wasn't there in the animation, but, you know, I don't need to see you. Let's see. There is our... That's going to be our idle animation. So let's rename you idle. Let's create new death, new animation, attack, and not a cleanup. A new animation of run. Actually, idle. There's a way to copy, duplicate. Run, you go away. You get renamed to run. So attack, death, idle, run. Man, we're so good. Now let's export this. Make sure, okay, good. Browse, go to the right folder, okay, good. So we have our new export that we're going to add into Spine Actors. Create a new folder. Nothing like having options, guys. Nothing like having options. Drag that in here, let it import. Okay, so now we got to set the right scale. It's going to be off. That's okay. Let's drag our scene on here. Our new game scene. Because I want to add a new cast member. Boop, boop. I want to move them way, way over. Boop. Let's unload this just so we can see the right game scene. Everything will look fine in game, don't worry. And in here, go to our Spine Actors. Just want to update. Oh, we got to create a new character for him now, right? Resources, characters. Create a character. This is where dragging comes into effect. Yeah. Only one skin. He's going to be a frontline hero. His name is Dargon, the dragon. Okay. Just give him basic attack. And we'll give him a golden sword. Save that. Okay. Now we close you. Go back to here where we can change the hero or the character to dragon, to Dargon. Oh, the pose character. We have to adjust the pose of this guy. Let me play this real quick. Because that's his idle, right? And he idles very low. He idles very, very low. Is there a way to just globally adjust? For now, I'm going to just do this. Yeah. This is what I'm going to do for now. But in game, he's going to look bad. But remember, these are test actors, right? When I get an artist to start creating art and spines for everything will be normalized and even from a positioning standpoint. So that's okay. So that guy can be used now. Let's reload and unload. Let's see what we got here, guys. So we hit a new game, right? We got some options now. Is there a viable free alternative spine? Ooh, I don't know. There might be. I think somebody... this is terrible, by the way, too. Our little item here is bad. Ugh. But let's choose these two guys. This is going to be our hero, Dargon. Dargon the Dragon and Rappy. Dargon the Dragon and Rappy are here to wreck some world. But you see how he sits low because his offsets are bad. I kind of want to freaking fix this. Is there a way to fix this from a global pose? Because we just want to translate everything to kind of be right there. But the problem now is, will that adjust in the idle animation? I think I might have fixed it. You know what? Let's find out. Let's save it. Let's export it. Let's go back into here and double exports, imports. We just want to drag everything back in. Oh, I gotta select all this. We have to delete. There might be a better way to do this, but I don't know, to re-import. And since I re-imported now, I might have to go back to load you. Boop, 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 boop. Go back to our cast here. No, I'm sorry, not. Well, let's see what happens. Yeah, so that actually did fix it. I can drop him back down now. Why do I want to use? That's it. So now if we do a new game, he looks better. Let's select both of them and see if he sits correctly. I want to start. Something bad going on. Oh my god. Let me just stop that. Let me look at Dargon the Dragon. Okay, so it's still using, that's good. So it still keeps the right binding there, even though I had to delete it and re-add it. Let me unload this. More than likely it's because I think I have stuff loaded that shouldn't be loaded at the start. I'm hoping that was our problem. Select and select. And there we go. All right, so he actually sits a little better in the scene. Obviously his nameplate, because he's a big hero, we probably should shrink him down a little. Let's shrink him down. He's too big, guys. He's way too big. Sorry, 0.06. Let's see what that does. Well, Spriter is at least cheaper. Not sure if there's a free alternative in it. And it's a lot. Yeah, Spriter is super. It's almost free, right, Pyro? Spriter is basically free, if you think about it. That's too small. He's a baby dragon now. Oh my god. Let's go. Let's try that. He's a baby dragon, guys. A new game. That's good. That's a better size. Let's do this. Do this. Start it up. That's a little bit better from a standpoint. But you notice how his nameplate, he still flies on top of it. Because I don't know if we'll have a animation like this, or if we're going to adjust nameplates, because maybe the nameplate should be moving with the animation. That gets very difficult, by the way, to do that. We'd almost have to have events in here to let us know that we should be lerping an attached image. Or we add this nameplate into the spine. I don't know if we could do that or not. Interesting choice. Let's see. Let's do a basic attack on you. He didn't move. Why did he not move? Oh, that was Rappy doing that. Sorry. This guy. Roar! Come on, that was pretty cool, guys. That was pretty cool. Would I recommend Spine as an animation editor, or do you have other software to recommend? Not say anything about S-Sprite. I don't know what S-Sprite is. I recommend Spine, but that's a personal preference, though. I like Spine. I know artists and animators that use Spine, so I have people that I can pull from if I need to get stuff done that I could pay to work in those tools. It's a very professional tool. It's very feature rich. It has really good Unity integration and integration with other engines. So yeah, I like it. Come on, did you guys see Dargon the Charge? I gotta show that to you guys again. Dargon the Charge! Oh my god. This game got fun. Come on, this game's fun now. When we started adding Dragon Bones. Oh, Dragon Bones. That's right. Someone mentioned Dragon Bones before as well. Don't you dare attack somebody. You're gonna die! Yeah, that's right. That's right. You take that. You take that. The reason, by the way, guys, if you notice, let's see, I put him to sleep. If you notice, he does his charge and immediately comes back. That's because we don't really have an attack animation on him. If we go to animates, right, and we go to attack, attack has 0 frames. So we run the attack animation, but it's over in 1 frame or in 0 frames, and we instantly run back. If the animation was longer, he would run up, he would run his attack, and then he would run back. But he doesn't have that. So that's why he goes boop, boop. But come on, Dargon the Dragon is probably the best hero I've designed in this game so far. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that. Yes, I'm saying it. I wanted to check one more thing. Right. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. But more importantly, let's remove that. New game's implemented, load game is implemented, exit works in new game and in load game. We actually need to put some type of button or element to let us go back to here, so I can hit load game. It's like, oh, I don't actually want to load game, I want to start a new game. We need a way to go back, right? We don't have that in the system right now. We need to add that. Same thing with new game, we need a way to go back to the previous landing screen. Wow, this stuff's coming along. Let me check everything in. New game system. Stage all that. Make sure all that gets committed to memory and to the Insane Asylum. But okay, guys, we are going to be calling it a day. We are at our time. Stream is coming to an end, but I think we did very, very well today. We have our new game system. We messed around creating some new characters and showing how we can do that. Obviously, we got to clean up a bunch of stuff. What are we up to next? Up to next is a good question. I think I'm going to implement the start of combat and the end of combat transitions. So at the start of combat, right, we transition into the combat, so it doesn't just instantly kick in. At the end of combat, we'll have an end of combat screen where we can show what items we might have found from the encounter, how much experience did we get from the encounter, things like that. And we'll fix our shared backpack. We'll get that fixed because right now a shared backpack is not working. We kind of broke it with the new save system because we didn't really have a shared backpack, but we're going to have a shared backpack, so we'll fix that as well on the next stream. And that'll be good progress. We still have to implement our leveling system, though, FYI, guys. So at combat, we get experience. We need to apply that experience to our heroes. And then we need to allow them to level up, right? So if they reach a new level, what can they do on that level, right? They can purchase new abilities based off of character points. So we have to implement the character point system and what that means, and have a UI for letting them spend character points and look at abilities and see all those details. But there we go, guys. Calling it a day. Hope you guys had fun. I will be back in a few days, Wednesday evening, during my normal schedule. So come join me, come hang out, we'll have some more fun. Hope you guys had fun today. I sure did, messing around. So until then, guys, I will see you next time.